he, tsa, ya, he, ya, tsa. still live, so.
They're on? Yes. Do we need to?
Yeah, I can mute them on the table.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
otherwise, you
They
can
are mute then, and then
you take them
and then I give
later.
it to the people.
Yeah, I'll mute them. So that off.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
snackar om. Djurskyddslagen kapitel 2 paragraf 2.
Hehe, hehe, hehe.
Ja, oké. Yes.
Yes? Okay, great. Thank you.
And here? All good? Thank you. Good morning to you, one and all. Welcome to this annual conference 2023 of Eurogroup for Animals. Thank you so much, family members of Eurogroup for Animals, for coming together. For all of those that were here yesterday for the AGM, thank you for a very special day. My name is Philip Lymbery. I'm the president of Eurogroup for Animals and delighted to introduce Reineke, Hameleers, the CEO.
Thank you. Welcome.
And for all of you who are sitting slightly uncomfortably in these suspiciously looking leather chairs, please don't worry. We are assured that they are indeed fake leather. But more than that, they are vintage fake leather. So this auditorium really was ahead of the game, plant-based from those early days. So we chose this place, the Brussels Museum of Books, essentially, Library Museum, because it's more Brusselsier. That was a word that I was given, by the way. I didn't invent that.
Brusselois, Philip. Brusselois.
Brusselois, thank you.
Top.
More Brussels. It may be imposing, but it's a warm and welcoming venue. Its history dates back more than 6 centuries, when its cultural patrons, the Dukes of Burgundy, started to collect what they called illuminated manuscripts, so beautifully ordained illustrated manuscripts. And now this place has gone on to have many millions of books and similar manuscripts. Now, I love books, but I think even for me, 8 million books would be quite something. I think my wife would have something to say about that. But we've got some wonderful speakers for you today, some of whom have written fantastic books. And we will have a bookstore out in the foyer where we encourage you to buy their books, fascinating as they will be.
Yes, Philip, indeed. We are here today at a very, very pivotal time. So thank you so much for being with us. Because after more than 10 years of political stalemate for animals, we are facing these unprecedented, once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that keep me up at night. Mainly because I know what a dire situation most EU animals are facing. But our movement has been so successful. We have been a campaigning powerhouse over the past years. Out of the 8 successful ECIs, European Citizens Initiatives, 5 are related to animals. Can you imagine? That is really a breakthrough. We have seen, of course, the very important and the KHH and ECI, which asks were honored. And then last year we saw safe cruelty-free cosmetics passing the line. And the last ECI, which is in the process of being successfully submitted, Fur-Free Europe. And then on top of that, and linked to that, of course, the European Commission is revising its entire animal welfare legislation. Now, this may sound all good and well, but it's not, because we are facing huge resistance at this very moment. And to remind you of what is at stake, I would like to share a short video with you, also to bring the animals back in this room today.
Animal welfare is a clear priority for our work on animal protection, health and food safety.
We are the voice of animals. You are the voice of animals. You've been doing fantastic work, not least with the fur-free ECI that achieved 1.7 million signatures. Congratulations to you all. It's wonderful to be in a room with so many leaders from the animal welfare movement across Europe and beyond. And today we have a fantastic program for you, including some inspiring speakers, political debate, and a set of panelists that are going to be talking about the future innovations taking animals out of the system. And we've also got our famous awards for those leaders in the movement, outstanding leaders, and of course for that much heralded campaign award in Europe.
Indeed, Philip. So by the end of the day, we will see my personal highlight of the year. We had a pre-selection and we selected 4 very impactful campaigns for you to vote on. And we will also hand a Corporate for Animals campaign to a very innovative corporate. And we will reveal that name also towards the end. And of course, also very important today is our political panel, because this year is the year of the truth for the animals, and we will see several institutional stakeholders joining us and debating with us what that should hold. I welcome you to already think about your critical questions to them.
Last year we started this conference thinking of all of those that are caught up in the horrific war in Ukraine. And sadly we are here again, sending our hearts and thoughts and prayers out to the people caught up in that atrocity. The war in Ukraine, the climate crisis, the political situation and the collapse of nature really do strike at the heart of why we need a rethink, why we need big change for animals, people and the planet. And it puts even greater momentum, urgency and pertinence on the work that we are all doing here today. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Yes. Now, to finish off with some housekeeping rules, everyone knows. Switch off your phones. We would like this conference to be very interactive. So when you want to say something, comment, ask a question, there are people around who will hand you a microphone. We have a coffee break just before noon. Then there will be a lovely group picture. There will be a lunch around 1:30. And then, of course, there will be the cocktail afterwards. And during the breaks, you can buy books, and you can hopefully also get signatures from our honorable speakers. And last but not least, this conference is web streamed, so you know. So thank you so much for this opening, and now I hand back to Philip.
Well, it's my privilege, Reineke, to introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is a writer, researcher, and broadcaster on environmental history, philosophy of science, and bioethics. Her latest book, which you can buy in the foyer, is Animal Dignity, Philosophical Reflections on Non-Human Existence. It's a bold, modern effort to attribute to non-human beings concepts that until now have eluded them. Our speaker is a founding member of the Animals in the Room project, which seeks to establish representation methods for the interests of non-human animals. She also hosts the podcast, The Psychosphere. What a fantastic title. I urge you to go and see it. The person I'm speaking about, of course, is none other than Melanie Challenger. Please give her a big welcome.
Thank you, Philip and Reineke, and thank you everyone for inviting me along. I have to say, I live in the world of sort of ideas and creativity, but it's you guys who take ideas and test them out and actually put them to practice. So I feel a little nervous, but also humbled to be here in front of you today. So I'm going to talk about animal dignity and animal representation. I applaud the European spirit and the intention to be the world's moral compass on human, non-human animal relations. But to find our way, we need our poles. Up to now, we've set our poles as animal welfare and animal rights. Generally speaking, these are state-based concepts, so they're mostly founded on whether an animal can experience pain or pleasure. That other animals have a fundamental moral status that comes from the fact of being animals, because animals are biologically distinct, communicative, agentive, and as such are vulnerable to human power structures. First, bear with me, everybody, because you have invited a writer along, so I'm going to read you a poem. In the background, if we can get that going, there'll be some footage of pigs at play from Compassion in World Farming. The View of a Pig by Ted Hughes. The pig lay on a barrow dead. It weighed, they said, as much as 3 men, its eyes closed, pink-white eyelashes, its trotters stuck straight out. Such weight and thick pink bulk set in death seemed not just dead. It was less than lifeless, further off. It was like a sack of wheat. I thumped it without feeling remorse. One feels guilty insulting the dead, walking on graves, but this pig did not seem able to accuse. It was too dead. Just so much a poundage of lard and pork, its last dignity had entirely gone. It was not a figure of fun, too dead now to pity, to remember its life, Din's stronghold of earthly pleasure as it had been, seemed a false effort and off the point, too deadly factual. Its weight oppressed me. How could it be moved? And the trouble of cutting it up? The gash in its throat was shocking but not pathetic. Once I ran at a fair in the noise to catch a greased piglet that was faster and nimbler than a cat. Its squeal was the rending of metal. Pigs must have hot blood. They feel like ovens. Their bite is worse than a horse's. They chop a half moon clean out. They eat cinders, dead cats. Distinctions and admirations such as this one was long finished with. I stared at it a long time. They were going to scald it and scour it like a doorstep. Can you pause it for me there? It's worth bearing in mind this poem was written in the 1960s, so the idea of dignity and being attached to a non-human animal was there a long time ago. And I want you to notice a few lines of this poem and hold them in mind. It was too dead, just so much a poundage of lard and pork, its last dignity had entirely gone. The point here is that some kind of dignity for this animal is still possible in a more natural kind of death. A death at the hands of another being inside the natural patterns of the living world. But this controlled, managed death, this clean, measured killing, is a new kind of death, a death that robs the pig of its last dignity. This is a different moral dimension, and it's that missing dimension that I want to discuss with you today. I see the pigs are making many appearances for us. I'm sure everybody here knows how the welfare movement got its first sense of direction. The movement began as a response to theological and philosophical concerns about the capacity of animals to experience pain and to suffer. But the movement also responded to technological changes and societal changes that had generated novel ethical dilemmas. So industrialization, urbanization, it created new ways for us to exploit animals, and the intensive agriculture from the 1960s onwards. In a state-based paradigm, we began with efforts to reduce and eliminate the worst cruelties and suffering. with targeted campaigns and science-based proofs of pain or pleasure. But once you're set in a moral direction like that, once your poles, if you like, are in place, they determine where you go, and they determine how you think about a problem. Now, I should be clear that there is nothing wrong with the impulse to recognise suffering or promote pleasure, and nor should we do away with concepts of welfare or consideration of rights. These paradigms are not in competition, but they can't do all the ethical work on their own. We must recognise that our understanding of animals has changed, and the challenges we face today are different. Climate change, One Health, biodiversity loss, chimeric animals, genetic technologies, xenotransplantation. We live in exceptional times for which we require exceptional moral tools. I feel always a little bit ashamed of promoting myself, but my day job is as a writer and a researcher on the history of ideas about the living world. My recent work has focused on the relationship that we have to being animals ourselves and the idea of human exceptionalism. That's involved a lot of work on the psychology of exploitation, which I don't have time to go into properly today, but it is something that we'll touch on because it's significant. Through my research, I became alarmed by some of these transformative biotechnologies. And so my experience as a writer took me 5 or 6 years ago now into bioethics, despite not being a trained philosopher, I should add. I've spent the last few years as a member of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics, so that's the UK's national bioethics body, and today I'm the deputy chair alongside Carol Brain. It was in that capacity that it became clear to me that we need to foreground status-based approaches if we're to advance the interests and well-being of other species. My first piece of work with Nuffield, which Philip will remember, I have no doubt, was to sit on a subgroup for a 2-year study on genome editing farmed animals. I do not wish to undermine that work at all, but it struck me at the time, and I suspect some of the working members too. During the sometimes tense but respectful deliberation between the human actors, we never heard from the animals. We heard about the animals, and we heard from passionate representatives of animal welfare organisations, but we didn't hear from the animals as subjects. And it seemed to me this kind of listening would have staged an intervention in the process and allowed us to understand not what, but who we were talking about. But there was something else. Making sense of what might be wrong in genome editing a fast-growing, muscly animal or an animal docile enough to tolerate the conditions we set for them could not be done with the existing moral tools. Like the pig's death, that too dead pig in the poem, there's something that's going on that is too complex for us to capture in current paradigms. Genome editing an animal for commercial purposes is a radical form of instrumentalization. When pain and suffering are the moral foundations, it's very difficult to make sense of what might be wrong in gene editing an animal so that it can't feel pain, or in biasing evolution so that only female chicks are born. Only status-based approaches, something like dignity, can open out that discussion so that we can approach it morally. The psychology of exploitation that I mentioned earlier is really important for our understanding of dignity. Humans, I'm sure you all know this, but I'll remind us anyway, are group-living primates whose adaptive social environment was highly social and supportive, but it was also hierarchical and competitive. And so we find, whether we like it or not, that certain kinds of mental framings bring us together and help us to value one another, while others disrupt our ability to have insight and care, affecting the activities in our brains and even the hormones in our bloodstreams. In aggressive or exploitative relationships, we tend to view others in certain ways, to deny minds or feelings, for example, to justify harm and neglect. That's actually what's happening. That's the embodied business that's at work when we objectify or instrumentalise another human being. But the same things, as we are animals too, are at work when we utilise, harm or kill non-human animals. We objectify them, we deny feeling or mind or agency to animals, despite the abundant evidence of these capacities. In its modern incarnation, then, dignity's, I guess, is like a psychological amulet. To recognise dignity is to facilitate a positive relationship and prevent particular kinds of degrading ones, and especially degradations that result in treating another being as a thing. Recognising dignity prevents a subject from becoming an object. Dignity, even human dignity, which is a kind of species of animal dignity, is grounded in biological distinctiveness, relational capabilities, creativity, autonomy, and agency. And because biological distinctiveness and autonomy are key to dignity, then dignity violations follow from acting against the needs defined by another being's unique qualities. We find, as noted by the scholar Wiesekirche, that notions of egalitarianism and flourishing are particular to dignity. And so dignity it has many dimensions, but despite the richness of the contents of dignity, it's incredibly intuitive and graspable by publics. People understand dignity because they know themselves the necessity for basic respect in power structures. I've been working on dignity since around 2017, and I'd like to share for the first time today that along with two of my wonderful colleagues, Becca Franks at NYU and Eva Burnett-Kempers at the Cambridge Centre for Animal Rights Law, we've drafted a declaration on animal dignity to be launched later this year, which we hope lays out a clear dignity framework. And thanks must go to the RSPCA, who've cast an eye over this work and support its onward development. It feels like this is the right moment for animal dignity. Only last week, a new Spanish law went into force with an explicit reference to dignity. But we're hoping to devise also a shorter pledge for dignity that countries or organisations can adopt to start them moving in the direction of the full dignity declaration. For my collaborator, Eva Burnett-Kempers, there are clear law implications. What is crucial, she notes, is that animals' specific interests as individuals should be rendered visible and relevant to the judiciary and executive branch. That visibility is really key. It gets at that psychological intervention that is such a crucial part of the good work that dignity does in the world. And it leads me briefly to representation, which is fundamentally about making animals visible and audible in the political and decision-making arena. What unites representation with dignity is that it's a way of including animals in our decision-making spaces, not as objects or as property, but as subjects. Status-based approaches like dignity and representation that foreground other species as subjects acknowledge there is something different about living beings and non-living beings. It is the fundamental and widespread quality of agency that makes an animal vulnerable to loss of freedom and autonomy and a wide range of harms where power comes into play. What matters is the retention of the ability to choose one's own life, to determine one's own good. During the pandemic, I began to work with an international group called Animals in the Room, of which Becca Franks is also a collaborator, which spans Zambia, Chile, the US, Europe and Australia. And we're working on trialling animal representation models on the assumption that procedural justice requires that in a democratic community, everybody that's going to be affected by a law or action, so the all-effective principle, should be included in the construction of that law or decision. Allowing animals to speak for themselves means we must represent the interests of non-human animals by relying on image, video, and audio files as forms of testimony. But crucially, it's about disrupting the psychological and social structures that perpetuate the objectification of non-human animals and deny them any fundamental status. By acknowledging that we should hear from animals and by empowering animals to speak for themselves, we fundamentally change their status in our eyes. And we respond within our democracies to the status they are owed as beings with dignity. Non-human animals become subjects of justice in a more just world. Thank you.
Melanie, thank you so much for an inspiring and insightful presentation. Yes, do please come and join us. And we're going to open the floor for questions, if anyone has any questions to Melanie. But to begin with, I'd like to ask you, Melanie, animal empowerment, bringing their voice into the room, and you talked about video files and such like. How do we best get that actually integrated, actually happening?
I think, should I talk into this?
Yes.
I think,
Oh, it should come on. There you go.
Is that working now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I don't have to be transparent and honest, we don't have the answers at the moment. I think it will largely require the cooperation, coordination of individuals such as yourself, of many of the people who are in the room, who would probably be a key part of the infrastructure of how we would do it. At the moment, what our group is doing is setting up trials. So the important thing at the moment is to understand that it is experimental at this stage. It needs to be evaluated. We need to design studies to establish whether it will actually make any difference, and whether it will result in just outcomes, what it will do to us as the decision makers, and what outcomes there could be, and also what forms work best. So does it make a difference, for instance, if the animals that we hear from are the real animals that might be on the farm in question, or the real animal communities from the area that we're embedded, rather than just a generic cow, let's say? Does it make a difference if there's interpretation beforehand or not? Does it make a difference whether there's very transparent mandates on the parts of the people who are doing the interpretation? All of that stuff needs to be evaluated, but this has never been done. You know, we don't have anything like this. So at the moment, we just really need to get experimental data and try it with willing partners to see if it makes a difference.
If I may ask a follow-up question, because, you know, representing the animals as best as we can is our daily job here in Brussels. And I can see what you are saying, but it's also still very theoretical for me. So would you have any advice for us? How could we give the animals a better voice? And also, what would be your advice to the institutions here who should also facilitate that representation?
Yeah, so with the dignity and the representation, as I tried to sort of build, it's very difficult to get across quite complex pieces of information in a brief space of time. I believe that what we require at this stage is a psychological intervention. I think it is really worth remembering that dignity for human beings is also a construct. It's a construct that is there to bias our affiliative tendencies, to encourage us to care, and that has then real life consequences. It makes a difference to how we behave, it makes a difference to what we do. And so I think for me, status and representation, being very clear that they are doing that work as well, that they're about establishing the right kind of psychological framing that then gets concretized, gets formalized into legal status, for instance, into constitutional status, political status. But in the meantime, I think being very aware of that's the role that it is playing, and how, therefore, to set it alongside existing welfare strategies. And a very simple way that we could operationalize both dignity and representation is in the language that we use. So farm to fork strategy, for example. That's a really good example of something that for me is farm to fork strategy. I get from farm to fork. I get why they're doing it, the 3 Fs, they're alliterative strategy, makes you feel like you're going to get the job done. I'm a writer, I understand the thinking behind it. But we lose the animals, and there's a lack of honesty there. So we can have formal pledges, for instance, to make sure that the language that we use is appropriate, that the language is always recognising animals as subjects and never speaking about them as property, for instance. In terms of how we speak for them, I think it's the same thing. It's about foregrounding their subjecthood.
Fantastic. And Melanie, if you had to pick 3 top priority places where you'd like this to be embedded straight away, where would that be?
Oh my gosh. I want to think briefly. I would like it to be embedded in, so, you know, the EU are having their deliberations on welfare right now. For me, it's a lack of justice if we do not have animal voices in the room.
Yep.
That process cannot be regarded as just if we do not, you know, constitutionalise and foreground the requirement. So I don't think we should have a decision-making process like that and regard its outcomes as just unless we have heard from animals as subjects. So that's the sort of context I would like to see it entering into straight away. But another area, so a project that we're working on is bear-human conflict, for instance. So direct and very community-based environments where there is a conflict between communities and an animal, so it could, in this case, a wild animal. Again, deliberations take place, but we need to hear from the animals in those sorts of contexts. And I think that would be really, really helpful in people who are in a direct line in communities. So that both the community setting and the formal setting, I think, is where I want to embed them.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Thank you. Let's open it up to the audience. If please pop your hand up if you have any questions. So we've got 3 minutes for any quick questions. Yes. Microphone coming over to the centre back, please.
Thank you. Yes, David Garrahy from World Animal Protection. My question is around the forthcoming revision of animal welfare legislation. And what we've found as a movement is that it's very powerful to show images of animal suffering and the reality of you know, the day-to-day life of animals in these horrible industrial farms. So I guess my question is what is the best way for us to present these images in a way that you know, doesn't, because they're horrifying images, and they're really, it's essential that we show them because the reality is hidden, but is there a way to present these in a way that somehow dignifies the animal, but also doesn't, you know, it doesn't hide the reality that we need to show as well?
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good question, actually, because if we're going to, I should say in terms of the Dignity Declaration and the pledges, it would be really great to if anybody is interested, we would really value hearing from people. We certainly would like to work with partners on that, who are doing practical work in this kind of way, because I think that's a really good example of, if we were thinking about dignity, let's think about both dignity and representation there. If we're thinking about dignity, when we are showing, if we just flip it to thinking about human beings, we do the same thing with human beings when we have to confront them with the realities of war, for instance. Or any other environments where very vulnerable individuals are suffering. But we always have to make sure we interpret those very well and that we respect the subjects themselves. So I think as an organisation, it's important to institute that kind of a best practice, a gold standard for how you use that kind of footage anyway. But in terms of thinking about our communication with human actors, I think ultimately we have to be very aware of what we're trying to achieve psychologically. That's why I'm emphasising both the psychology of our exploitation and the psychology of our moral psychology, our affiliative psychology. When you're confronted with really distressing images, that doesn't just happen, you know, at the purely rational part of your brain. That will change aspects of the way that your brain are functioning, or it will change the way your hormones are working. That really has a full-bodied impact. And I think when we're acting with dignity, both for the people who we're engaging with and for the animals themselves. We have to think about the whole process. The achievement, what you're trying to aim for is that they're seen as subjects. So a simple thing to do is to also show people what a healthy animal who is defining its own good looks like. What does a flourishing animal look like alongside that? So you move from, well, this is what it looks like if you frustrate an animal's being, if you strip them of all dignity. This is what a dignified life looks like. And I think that needs to also be framed by you as an organisation in a very cognizant way and very transparent. And you can just make that very clear in your communication of what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I think that helps both the human actors and it's also respectful of the animals themselves.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, David, for your question. For other questions from the audience, please. Yes, please.
Sorry, I keep on needing water because it's been so cold in Britain and it's actually finally warm here, so I'm constantly a little bit hot.
Please.
Thanks. My name is Maite van Gerwen of CAS International, so the Committee Against Bullfighting. Thank you for your work, I want to say first. I have a question regarding the representation of the animals. So we as NGOs see ourselves as representatives of animals. Do you feel that also the users of animals or the people that want to use animals see NGOs as such? And if not, what can we do to change this?
Again, I think that's a great question. I would say with representation, as I said, it's frontier really to kind of formalise this and try to actually change the political status of animals so that we are hearing from them as subjects within our democracies. That's the kind of long game, if you like. Animal welfare organisations and animal representatives are going to be a key part of how that would be enacted in the world. And I would imagine that many people in this room feel that they already are representing animal voices. It's simply about, to a certain extent, repackaging that in a more active sense so that the animals are not passive and it's communicated in such a way to the people who are resistant, ultimately. Firstly, two simple moves, really. The first one is that it is necessary. It's not just a box-ticking exercise, but it is necessary as part of a nation, as part of a just process that you hear from the animals. That has to be mediated through humans, realistically. So it has to be proxy forms of representation, which we already do for marginalised communities or even just in our voting systems. That's how democracies work. But I think we have to think about being very formal and transparent about what the mandate is and, crucially, co-design that representation with the animals. And this is the little trick, this is the turn, I suppose, as subjects themselves who are capable of representing their own interests and defining their own good. So it's very much about foregrounding them as subjects. So it's kind of doing a very similar thing to what you're already doing, but it's framing it very much and also co-designing it actively. So there's an active element too with the animals and with those as subjects. And this is where dignity comes in as well, of course, because that should be grounded in the dignity of animals as biological beings. That's where we justify that action, that move into subjecthood.
Melanie, finally, I wonder if you could tell us what gives you hope that we can bring this representation, this dignity into the room?
I guess there are two things. Last night, I was really struggling I can't remember who I was talking to, someone in the room will know, will remember. We were in a conversation, I felt really bad because I felt like I was being rude, but there was a swift that it flew past.
Yeah.
I do like birding, and the minute I heard the calls, I switched away from the conversation. For me, the first thing that gets me excited is that I know that we're in the right here. Anybody who spends time in the living world, anybody who actually observes and lives alongside the rest of our community. These organisms and animals are living alongside us in our communities. They are members of our communities. Anyone who listens to their voices, who pays attention to them, cannot help but be struck by their beauty. So my first touchstone, I suppose, is my absolute faith in the beauty of the living world and the unique qualities of other beings. And then I guess it's being in the room with people like this. So it's realizing that we're not alone, because I think sometimes in fighting for other animals, with the way that things have gone in human civilization, it's a heck of an uphill battle to make that psychological shift for some people who have a deep interest in ignoring those signals that are all around them from the other living beings. So the fact that there are all of these people in the room who are coming together and uniting together in that shared endeavour is really a source for hope.
Melanie Challenger, sincere thanks. A big round of applause again, please. Thank you. And now we're going to our next item, dear Reineke. We have our first panel session.
Indeed, Philip, we are going from this very inspiring story that we really need to keep motivated to the dirty reality on the ground. Because indeed, it's happening in this town at the moment. This year is the truth. For EU animals, it's the year of hope. It's the year of big, big challenges. After decades of waiting, we see so many legislative opportunities for animals across the board. The EU always likes to pride itself as a global animal welfare leader, but now it will have to follow through. And as for Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibilities, and this is in the hand of the institutions. We will welcome representatives from two of them. Of course, the European Commission, very important because they are holding the pen now, and the European Parliament, because clearly they will start debating the proposal still during this term. And I know that there are also several member state representatives in the room, so we also expect to hear from them during the Q&A. So I have the honor to welcome our panelists. Firstly, Andrea Gavinelli, head of the Animal Welfare Unit. Who doesn't know him? Welcome. Secondly, Joanna Stabowa, member of Wojciechowski's cabinet, Commissioner Wojciechowski. Please come to the stage. Then, our very own president of the Animal Welfare Intergroup, Tilly Metz, member of the Greens. And lastly, our vice president of the Intergroup, Niels Vogelsang. Please welcome to the stage, member of SANTE. Please, dear panelists, grab a seat wherever you want to sit. Make it yourself comfortable. And again, we would like this debate to be very interactive. We also have some Slido questions for you prepared, which you will be asked to do in a moment. If this is unclear to you, please ask some of my wonderful colleagues. We have a very important opening question for all of you. Of course, the revision of the animal welfare legislation is sort of top of everyone's mind at this moment. Mostly, I think, for the person on the left of this panel, who has a great task to do. But this question is for all panelists. What are your top 3 priorities for this revision? I know it's not an easy question, especially because all these people have top 50s. But if we really look into your hearts, you read the final proposals, what should be in there? And of course, we first start with the members of the European Parliament, because that will hopefully then inspire the members of the European Commission. So Tilly, firstly, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And just to say that I'm very happy to be here. As the previous speaker was saying, Melanie, it's always so good to be amongst a family of those who defend animal welfare and animal rights. So thank you for inviting me. So to choose 3 points, really, that 3 is really hard to say. But first of all, yeah, I want this whole suffering regarding farmed animals to stop. So that means also phasing out of the cages, where we have a big support that we got to the ECI from the citizens. So it's also the citizens are expecting something to do there. Of course, ban mutilations also. That's also very important. And then, also regarding, of course, as former chair of the inquiry committee on the protection of animals during transport, to ban this whole long transport and exports also of live animals outside the EU. And I finish on that.
I knew this would happen.
But also that we close the gap.
You have a bonus priority.
I'd say the last, and I think that's 4 then already. But also that we close the gap about all the animals that so far are not tackled in legislation. I'm thinking about fish. I'm thinking about octopus. When I think that there are now programming to have an octopus farm in Spain. So I had a lot of, and the dairy cows. So we need also to close the gaps and where we don't have any norms to be introduced there. So, sorry, I was
no worries. Thank you so much, Telly. That sounds great. Yes. And thank you, audience, for giving our panelists lots of inspiration. So, Niels, how is it for you?
Thank you. Thank you, Reineke, also for the invitation to this full house. Good to see all of you. I feel like this is the place where you initiate some ideas for change. So good to be here. And I would say I agree very much with Tilly. And by the way, great proposals on the. If I had not prepared for today, I could just have read the words on the screen here. But I would say transports. Obviously, we have a new transport regulation coming up. We're looking forward to that. We've been fighting for it the Parliament has been asking for it for. I think, at least more than 10 years. I remember I worked in the Parliament more than 10 years ago, and we asked for a new regulation here. Now it's coming, and I think we need to make sure that we have an 8-hour limit to animal transports in that one. Second, as Tilly said, the end of the cage age. I think it's a great step, really, from the European Commission that you're taking this citizen initiative and making it into a legislative proposal, so we phase out the cages that we have millions of animals living their whole life in small cages. And I think the priority should be that we don't postpone this too much. We need a quick phasing in of this new cage-free agriculture.
How quick?
Well, I'd say 27. I'd say 27. We need to give the farmers. Of course, we need to give the farmers a couple of years to adjust, to adapt, to build new stables, to build new systems. But we cannot postpone it for 10 years or something like that. That's not acceptable. And I think we need to fight for that. Third, we need to stop the chick killing. We have more than 300 million chicks that are being killed in the EU in hatcheries because they have the wrong sex. They cannot be used in the production, so you just kill them basically, and that's horrible. I was not aware of this before I started this work, and I think we need to ban. We have alternative methods, and we need to stop that chick killing.
Thanks so much, Niels. That sounds really great. Thank you. And I can see that, the fur advocates and the live transport advocates are sort of competing. Maybe some people are really also doing the Slido poll a couple of times. That's okay. Right, Joanna, over to you. You have been involved, of course, from an agricultural perspective, because your commissioner is responsible for agriculture. How do you look at the priorities for the animal welfare legislation? You don't need to do anything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was expecting that Andrea would be speaking first, but no, I
let him off the hook still a bit.
Very good.
Yeah.
Frankly, I would go into the how, because of course I agree with my previous speakers about the what, and there is no disagreement, but I think that any legislation will be only as good as the actual implementation on the ground. So I would think my 3 priorities would be, first, the trade dimension, because also in the preparation and later in the implementation, we have to show to the farmers that they are not alone, that we care about their competitiveness, and also that they will not be pushed out of the market by applying the highest possible standards. So I think the trade dimension, and in a tangible way, because we need something more than just vague promises about mirror clauses in the future. We have to have equivalent standards applicable, from day one, preferably. So that would be my first priority. Second would be, of course, to allow to work with incentives for farmers. So we need to set the level of standards, somehow frame it in the legislation that there is the possibility to pay subsidies for matching the standards. And of course, legally it is possible. And third, I think if we want to do that quickly, so 27 be the dream date, we have to have equivalent budget for that, because of course it's a cost. So we will have the discussion on the future multi-annual financial framework. Every time this discussion comes, there is a tendency to say the CAP has too much already, while of course we cannot do more with less. So we need to ensure that we have enough money to finance the transition.
Yes, very good points. Thank you so much, Joanna. One follow-up question, because we just heard a story about animal dignity, and then we are talking about cost, and there's also a sort of tension between that. The citizens really want this, and now we have to financially make it happen, not only in terms of investment, but also in terms of exploitation. So how do you see the opportunities for that? So who will pay this bill?
Well, I mean, first of all, I agree that there is a lot, of course, cruelty, and we need to stop violence. This is very important. Then I don't think farmers are violent people. They just follow. I'm not saying this to excuse anybody. It's simply that there is a broader, let's say, food chain environment that drives this. So preferably the entire food chain should be somehow involved. But we know that whenever we start asking for maybe part of responsibility to be put on processors or retailers, there is always a very strong defense from their side that they are SMEs, they are already under a lot of pressure. Well, if they are under pressure, what can we say about farmers, So ultimately it will fall on the Common Agricultural Policy to finance, at least for farm animals, because there are also, of course, other issues. But I think it's about the CAP budget and how we can make sure that it offers enough money, basically.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Then, indeed, moving to Andrea Gavinelli. Of course, you are in the process with your fantastic team of developing the legislation. But if you were a citizen, what would be your 3 priorities?
First of all, I am a citizen.
Yes, right. You got me there.
A European citizen. And in fact, first I thank you and this full room for hosting and giving us as the Commission the way to sit here together with the other institutions. And it's really a topic, as a citizen, that I think is demonstrated that is the moment to act in Brussels. And the list in front of, in the screen, you have on the screen there, is in first as a top priority the fact that all this issue, science has advanced very much. We have even more than 20 EFSA opinions that have not been reflected in the current status of the legislation. This is not helping anyone, including what Joanna just said about the trade issue, because if we modernize from the scientific point of view, we have a good key. This means a good trade element for the equivalence. We are starting and discussing this since now it's nearly 2 years between the DGs. I'm at the technical level, but surely the political level is involved. The fast application of all these is in fact conditional to another, as a citizen, big wish, that people that are in the food chain loves animal welfare for the fact that you understand what they do, from the farmer to the retailer, and you need incentives to educate, to support this transition. And that's why You cannot do it in 2 days, in my opinion, from the discussion I had with the colleague in DG Agri, because you need to think about the future of the CAP. But with all this, and the fact that we are going with an ambitious package, there is enough element to reflect for the future together. And we need political support, of course, from the member state that are not sitting here, but I hope they will say something. The third, as a citizen, is that I need to understand exactly what I can do when I am an actor, not only because I'm sitting here, all citizens here, of course, but also when I'm buying something in every day. So there are good initiatives everywhere in Europe about welfare, but there is also a lot of welfare washing. And we pay all the price about lack of trust in the EU institutions, populistic decision taken above saying, okay, you say this is that, but at the end they are all the same. No? So that's why I would like to work on animal welfare labeling too. It could help also for also the imports at the same time.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And indeed, we have this sort of perfect opportunity, the higher welfare standards, agricultural subsidies for producers. We have the discussion about conditionality on imported products. We have the labeling. It all also fits together. But it's also not without any challenges. So what would be your call on this audience? How can civil society help at this very moment?
Again, as a citizen, because I am sitting as anyone in the Commission, and we are close to anyone that represents citizens organization at every level. The help is really on this issue about animal and human to be really capable to understand the level and the role we play in terms of respecting animals as sentient beings. This is an important element of respect that has to be recognized sincerely by every party. Defending inaction for the simple reason of economics, or even in uneconomics, because sometimes inaction costs you money, it's really wrong. So the expectation is this is the moment of sincerity, definitely, if we want to be so ambitious like that.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Then one very burning question in my mind, and then we open the floor for Q&A. So over the past years, we have faced multiple crises, the pandemic, the war against Ukraine, climate change. It's really, constant crisis time. Nevertheless, the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, the body of the Commission assessing the legislative proposals, the impact assessments in terms of its fitness, have given a negative opinion on the sustainable framework, sustainable food framework legislation first, and then also second on the animal welfare legislation. Now, this is only a first negative opinion, and we know that 40% of the impact assessments receive a negative opinion, but still it's puzzling that in times of crisis where there is such a great urgency to change our food systems, that there's so much resistance, it seems. So firstly, I would like to hear from our MEPs, how they look at that, and then I would like to hear from our Commission representatives.
Yeah, it's good you mentioned this regulatory scrutiny board, because not later than yesterday I read an article that not only regarding the revision of the animal welfare legislation, but you mentioned also from other legislation where this scrutiny board is blocking. Why is it blocking? Because it only looks at very short-term economic impacts. But what about social, environmental, animal welfare? That's all stuff they are not looking at. Okay, we have, of course, to work with the farmers. That's why we need another common agricultural policy, another CAP, in order to give more money to those who respect it. It's not that I'm living on the cloud and ignoring the economic factors, but we also have to look at the externalities. What does it cost, the intensive farming? What does it cost on pollution, on soil, on water, on air, on medication that those animals are giving, on zoonosis, on pandemics? pandemics that we create to intensive farming. So the short view, I must only, you really picked a point there where I'm very angry. The short view of this scrutiny board that only look at short-term economic impacts drives me crazy. So we really have to question and put pressure on the scrutiny board. Who are they that they block on short economic impact views a whole revision on the animal welfare legislation? So that's my very current fight I'm having.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. I think there's broad support for that anger.
That's why I came here. I needed that.
Niels, how do you look at this?
Yeah, well, I agree with everything Tilly says. I think it's often a problem that these economic analysis, they look at, they have a very narrow analysis of the short term and the direct cost, but there's, as Tilly eloquently voiced, there are a lot of other concerns, and also, I mean, also if you're just interested in economics, which you should not be only interested in, but if you were, you also have some severe economic cost, for example, when we talk about zoonosis, and when we talk about the consequences for our health in the way we treat animals. So I think we need to certainly have a broader view, and what I'm worried about is that this will postpone the process. It will delay the process, and we cannot afford that. We need action now. We have waited for so long, and we need these proposals as fast as possible so we can start the work. We have, when we talk about, I mentioned the chick killings. We have more than 300 million chicks being killed every year. We cannot. I mean, that's serious business. We cannot just wait because of some economic narrow analysis. We need to get it on now.
Thank you, Niels. That sounds good. Thank you. Now, I don't want to put you in a difficult position, but what can you share on, what happened? Whatever you can share with us.
So again, I will start. Well, I think I would be less pessimistic about that. And it's partly because, you have access to that information because the Commission is so transparent about our internal making.
Well, it was a leaked document, but even so.
Yeah, you see. No, but I want to say that we need this peer review. So it's a first step of, let's say, being a devil's advocate. Someone has to check the quality of the legislation that we prepare, because if we are not very thorough and robust internally, then, it goes out and it will be the first criticism that the real, let's say, people resistant to change will put forward. So we have to be prepared. And I think it allows us to improve the quality of what we want to propose, especially because it is not such an easygoing proposal. So also in the time of war in Ukraine and other external pressures, we have to be very well prepared on all fronts. So I think this is an important signal for the Commission to work a bit more on the impact assessment and on the proposal itself.
It's good to, if I can ask you a follow-up question, it's good to hear you are not so worried, but how do you look at the comments from Tilly and Niels saying that the RSB is mainly looking at short-term economic impacts and is not considering also the positive effects, the positive economical effects the new legislation can hold?
Well, I think RSB is concerned that we do not have enough data, and that's always a problem with I am a big advocate of asking farmers to provide more data. So I'm always using this argument as saying that it will help them and it will help us to make more targeted, more reasonable policy. So I think RSB, to some extent, they have grounds for this concern because it's difficult to make long-term projections while we should have them. So they are pointing to our, let's say, point for improvement. Yes.
Well, Tilly is getting a bit like I want to say something, but let us first hear from Andrea, and then back to you, Tilly.
Thank you. Well, no, anyway, it's an internal process, but what Joanna said is very much an important process internally to secure exactly all services in terms of the proposal. I think the tricky of this, at least in our sector, at least and I'm on the technical side, is that in fact when we have to bring to euro and cents the cost of action or the cost of non-action that are very important, and transform it in the list of issues that we have here, is extremely sophisticated and extremely complex. And in fact, it's very educative internally, extremely important and educative. But at the same time, it's very helpful in clarifying also, and I come back to the issue of what are the relations with the stakeholder and who is interacting on the different possible improvements and what science is saying. To be honest, it's a moment in which you have a clear argument when, as Commission official, we discuss with stakeholders. Because when you deny the possibility of improvement of something, and you say it's because it's costing money, it's good to ask how much it costs. And if you don't know, it's discrediting you as a stakeholder. That's very important for me. And we are collecting information. The Commission is not producing information and data per se. We have GRC helping us, but it's true that the sources are the market, the sources are Agri-Outlook, the sources are sources that in any case are stakeholders fully involved in it.
But it's mainly industry data.
And that's exactly the issue. In fact, the problem at the bottom is, in my opinion, that this internal process is extremely sophisticated and very important, but the preparation of it would require an involvement of the society at large in contributing, because it's as much important as the discussion of the future proposal.
Yeah,
will have really to clarify.
And that comes back to this entire
what
value
has
chain.
to be put in mind, and I think in this platform is really very known, is that whatever is an involvement to prepare something in Brussels starts 3 years before the proposal. It's not a question of negotiating when we sit in a committee or we sit in the council. For me, that's what I'm learning from this process. And then I learn a lot of stress because, of course, we have a time constraint, but this is another story.
Well, we hear you, Andrea. Telly, you got, very worked up when you heard Joanna talking. So please.
Yeah, just to say, with all the respect, I mean, it's not personal, but I mean, we have enough data on how much we have animal suffering. I think on that, because of the citizens, because of the NGO, because of the audits done by the Commission, by the European Code of Auditors. So data on animal suffering, we definitely have enough. Now, regarding coming back to the scrutiny board, and it's sorry that we speak about, but they are, for the moment, they made a negative opinion on the revision of animal welfare. There we have to be much more transparent. If a scrutiny board, a regulatory scrutiny board, is able to block, to get like a veto on animal legislation revision, I want it to be 100% transparent. Who are they influenced by? Who are they lobbied by? So that's something we need to put on the table. And it's not only me saying that. I mean, we have right now the ombudswoman who is making an investigation on the scrutiny board. So it's not only me who is now using too much activism on the side of animal. No, there is an issue with the scrutiny board that is able to block legislation. And for me, a scrutiny board that is able to block legislation without being accountable to the legislator, sorry, we have to abolish that. Sorry, that is not going into the right direction. This is I would even say a dysfunctioning that we have there, and that we have to find a solution. And then when we speak about cost, okay, let's speak about cost. But then let's look really at the reality of the current production. I don't like to call it like that, but that's like it is. The current intensive farming, I said it already before. Also the cost on the well-being of the farmers, what they are suffering. I mean, I met a lot of, and I'm still meeting a lot of farmers, conventional and also organic farmers. But those who respect more animal welfare those are also feeling better. It's a general attitude towards beings in general. So we need to have, and Neil said it also, a much more holistic approach to this issue and not a scrutiny board that looks only at criteria, short economic impact. That's not the way to go. And really, I'm really not happy, and you can feel it, that this legislation got a negative opinion. And if it gets a second negative opinion, then we are definitely blocked there without knowing where did the figures come, where they're really argumentating to do so. So I really have an issue with that. You got a weak point.
Well, thank you so much, Tilly. And I think, yes, we fully support your concerns there. So I'm opening up for questions. Who would like to come in first? There's a microphone coming your way. No, it's, well, I'm sure there will be more questions, so please already raise your hand so people can bring you the microphone for the next person.
Good morning,
yes.
I'm Andy Greef, I'm the CEO of Gaia Belgium. My question is very short. I see there an empty seat. I don't know if it's symbolic, but when are we going to get an animal welfare commissioner? I think if we wouldn't have an an agriculture commissioner or commissioner for agriculture, I think it would be a revolution in Brussels, because all farmers would come to Brussels and block all the roads. We are asking for a EU commissioner for animal welfare for so long, and it would be a proof that you're taking animal welfare really serious if you would, if we would have a dedicated animal welfare commissioner.
Thank you, very good question. And Niels, this has been your campaign over the past years, together with several other MEPs. So why do we need, why is there an empty seat?
Yeah, well, my campaign, I think Gaia is doing a whole lot of things to get this issue on the table. You have more than 230,000 signatures, and we have more than 191, or we have 191 MEPs who have signed a statement of that they want a commissioner.
That's incredible. 191 MEPs.
191 MEPs, and
wow.
We made an oral question. We debated with the commission. It was the oral question that got the most support, certainly in this term. But I have not found any oral question earlier either that got more signatures from MEPs. So there's a lot of there's a big wish for this, and I think this is something we should really keep on pushing for. I think when the new commission takes its seat and is formed next year, we need to be sure that we have an EU commissioner for animal welfare. And I think the importance of this is that you have one person who is also who is responsible, who also to the outside, who shows that in the title, that this is the person who is responsible. We've seen so many scandals when it comes to animal welfare, and every time we see a scandal, that could be many things. When it comes to animal transports, for example, we've had a lot of scandals. For example, in the sea outside Spain, the Spain sea borders, the Mediterranean. And nobody takes responsibility. We're asking the Spanish authorities, we're asking the European Commission, we're asking different member states to take some responsibility. And no, the buck is being pushed from one table to the next. So we need one person who is responsible and also shows to the outside world that that person is responsible, both when it comes to handling a crisis and scandals that we want to, tackle, but also all this new great legislation that is coming. We need one person to really take the lead and push and make sure that this is going to be a good legislation and it's going to be implemented afterwards when it has been adopted. And I think, of course, there is a commissioner who has the portfolio of animal welfare, but we need to get the words matter. The words matter, so we need to get it in the title, and we need to show everybody this is where the buck stops. This is the person who is responsible.
It's all about leadership. Yes, thank you so much, Niels. Representatives from the Commission, what do you think? Do you agree this would add value? You see, they are discussing,
No, thank you for putting our jobs on the line. But I think it would be useful to open a discussion about having greater synergies between the subsidies that we pay and the lawmaking, the legal environment that we create. Because, as you know, my boss and the boss of Andrea are two different people currently, and I agree that words matter. So whether there would be explicitly the mention of animal welfare is yet to be decided, but already to open up for, yes, these greater synergies would be already a big step forward.
No, but yes, thank you, sir. No, I can say only the same. Of course, this is something to reflect for the next commission, or it's not sure in our task. But it's clear the synergy and the way this issue is becoming relevant for several policies in the EU call for more synergy. And we have experience of this in other areas. In fact, where then a thinking is ongoing and has been ongoing in the past to then fix this. It's clear that this dimension of animal welfare and the ethical component of it is demanding a reflection that now in the current inter-service group that is working and the colleagues at my level is clearly there, because we have an educational working synergy. But it's true, the educational working synergy is not reflected, we can say, in a more...
In the political structures, no, because when you look at all these topics,
this is not,
there are 4 commissioners in charge, you know, of these different animal-related issues.
Even 5, I can say, if you put trade together.
Sure, yeah. Thank you. Time for another question. Hand over there. Next round, I'll take hands at the back. Yes, Gemma, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. My name is Gemma Willemsen. I'm from the Dutch Society for the Protection of Animals. I have a question for Tilly. Who actually decides upon the mandate, scope, or assignment of the scrutiny board? Because I do understand and share your outrage, yet the counterattack should be rational and cool. So who actually decides upon that, and who can change that?
That's a very good question. I think the idea to have a scrutiny, regulatory scrutiny board, if it works on a transparent way, if we know if there are conflicts of interest with those people, if we know who they are meeting, if we know the criteria they base their assessment on. I mean, to look at the impacts of a legislation is not a bad thing if you take the right criteria. But who is nominating them? I must pass the word to the Commission. I don't know who is nominating them. I wanted to write to them. And then I was said, oh no, you cannot write to them. That is not allowed. But I said, I want to write to them. I want explanations now. But even that is not possible. So that's why I'm saying this board that works for me quite in a black box and who is not really accountable, and I don't even know exactly where those people come from, etc. For me, that is not the democratic functioning of EU institutions. But maybe you know more who nominated.
We leave them for now, if you agree. Yes. No, but I think that Tilly, your questions give answer to Gemma's question. I would like to take 2 questions in the back, and then I come to Olga. Questions in the back. Please grab the microphone because I can't see you very well.
Hi, Jenna Hegarty from the Donkey Sanctuary. This builds on the point around synergies. So I've been watching with interest and dismay, if I'm honest, what's been happening in the context of the EU nature restoration law and also kind of the ongoing challenges in terms of reforming the common agricultural policy and our relationship as a society with land and with animals and in the context of climate as well. So really, I suppose it's a question for the panel, but also us as civil society, how we learn from these experiences that are happening right now so that the same issues and barriers and blockages don't happen in the context of this revision of EU animal welfare legislation.
Thank you so much for this very important question. Indeed, more in general, we see a strong pushback on the ambitions of the Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy. Nature restoration law is a case in point. So how come? Whereas, the urgency is so incredibly clear. How is this becoming such a negative political debate at this very moment? Niels, would you like to come in on that?
Well, I think my guess would be, and I have also seen that you have pushback on some of these ideas of improving animal welfare and the farm to fork strategy, but I think it's probably about money. That prices have gone up for citizens, and some people are struggling to pay their bills, and politicians are, of course, reacting to that. From my point of view, well, there are two things we should be aware of. One is the discussion that we've had if you look at it in a broader perspective, this is not, improving animal welfare is not bad business. It would be good for our whole economy as far as I'm concerned, because we're running into some major crises that are going to hurt everybody if we keep this system going. Second, I think, this is also, I'm a social democrat, but I think we need to combine this policy of animal welfare, improving animal welfare with a fair economic distribution of resources. We've had inequality rising in most member states, including my own, Denmark. And I think if we are to make progressive changes, also for animal welfare, we need to make sure that people can afford what is going on. And that, for me, requires that we make sure that the rich are taxed a little bit more and the lower part of the income scale are being compensated. So I think that should be in combination with the things we're doing on animal welfare, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Niels, also for putting that in a bigger societal picture. But this polarized political climate, where do you see that going for the next political term? Because this is really not helping anyone, right?
Well, it certainly is not. I think that when you look at this this term, you have some different tendencies. I actually am an optimist when it comes to the animal welfare legislation which is coming up. Look, what you're putting on the table here, I have to applaud that. I think this has the potential to be quite a revolution when we talk about animal transports, when we talk about ending the cage age. And every time you have such good initiatives, you will also have a certain pushback. And where that will end, that is, of course, the interesting question. This is coming right in the middle of elections coming up. And I think we need to use those elections also to start this debate, because I think a lot of citizens are with us if we take this debate in the public. So we need to ask the tough questions also in the election campaign. What do you think? What do politicians think about the long animal transports? What do they think about the cages and animals living their whole lives in small cages? And I think if we take that debate, it will also have an influence on who people are voting for. And that will have an influence on what we can get through.
Yeah, very important. Let's make that vote count for animals. Thank you, Niels. And Joanna, any reflections from you on what's happening on the Green Deal and Farm to Fork, also in terms of the future of our agriculture?
No, of course it's. Well, I mean, I have said it already a couple of times that people realize that it's, of course, a very noble objective and a very good strategy in the long term, but then there is also the short term, and we have to find the right way to finance the transition. And I think this is the gist of the issue for farmers and for other, let's say, stakeholders here. So for me, that's where we could somehow, let's say, diminish the resistance by showing that there will be accompanied. The Farm to Fork says we leave no one behind, and now we have to really put something up for these words.
Thanks so much. You want to come in too, and
in fact, it's also interesting analyzing this full package of options that we are doing. How, anyway, this issue is becoming prominent in terms of market, in terms of sensibility for the citizens. So some of these transformations are already in motion, in transition. And again, reading from the outside, because everyone is questioning about what the political level is saying here and there on the Farm to Fork and things like that. What is really important to me is the fact that when even the certain part of the industry are putting this transformation in motion, certain technologies are also applied for the welfare of animals. There is a transition, like the day-old chicken killing. It was sufficient to have this discussion at a European level and even a positive welcome by the Parliament at the end during a plenary debate. That I've been informed that the business around, the companies that are investing in biotech and technology in this area are now under stress to invest and to face the market demand. So you see, we have a great power. I'm convinced since many years, it's true. That's why, to conclude, there is an important and essential role in this transformation led by Brussels. If we don't lead, we'll be led by someone else, and is already happening, not only in the EU, even outside. There are members of the trade community, New Zealand, for example, selling lamb with an animal welfare certification in the European Union. Very strong one. Or milk from Switzerland that is coming to the European Union with a welfare certificate. So, even from good business point of view, leaving this to be done outside Brussels will cost more, will give more uncertainty, in my opinion, and will not respond to, first of all, what is seen as a demand even from the science, because science is showing that we need to, and we can, and that's really important.
Yes, thank you for sharing that perspective indeed. We take another question. Oh, I see, you know, there are some people teaming up there. And then I come to you, Olga. So there are two men there sitting together, yes, and they were really desperate to ask a question.
So we have similar questions, so this is why we are doing a double act. I'm David Bowles, RSPCA, former board member of Eurogroup. My question, Tilly, you rightly mentioned transparency in the Commission's impact assessment group. I'd like to focus on transparency in the European Parliament. We all know the Agriculture Committee is stuffed full of farmers. I will not give you any lessons coming from the UK as an ex-member of the EU, but we have a system of transparency in our Parliament where people have to declare their interests, where they get their money from before they speak, and if necessary, recuse them from the discussions. Would you think that was a good thing for the European Parliament?
Maybe that's a rhetorical question, but Tilly.
Yes, we have, I must say, just to defend the European Parliament, we have that lobby register, so, and the recommendation, and for the Greens it's an obligation, the recommendation for all the MEPs is only to meet with people that are in this lobby register, and of course we have to fulfill a form where we mark all our incomes, what we are doing, what our partner is doing, what our family members are doing in order to avoid this conflict of interest. Now, there is a crucial question you are raising there in the Agri Committee, to mention that one, where there are a lot of farmers, indeed, that benefits from the common agricultural policy. That's very clear. And they are very much, for not all the political parties, is an obligation to note and make public all their meetings and everything. So first of all, there we need more transparency. For me, it should be an obligation to note down all the meetings. And then the question, if you can decide as a farmer on the common agricultural policy, which is nearly 1/3 of the EU budget, and there is also money coming to you. I think it's important, one hand, to listen to the farmers, because we don't make an ecological transition also for more animal welfare without the farmers. Listening to them is very important, having them on the board when discussion, but indeed when it's directly concerned financially, there I also have my doubts that they should be part of the voting member at that moment. So on that I agree with you. But may I react on a question? No, you don't like that. Okay, I don't. I leave it there, but
I would like to build on the Agriculture Committee because Niels, you just promoted the idea of an animal welfare commissioner. Should there also be an animal welfare committee in the next European Parliament? Would that make sense? Because now we always have this fight between the committees, and we know, that Agri is not so supportive of animal welfare. So would that be a good idea, Niels?
That's an interesting question, Reineke. I think, obviously animal welfare is split between different committees. Today you have the Agri Committee, you have the ENVI Committee, the Environmental Committee, and then you have the ITRE Committee also that deals with, for example, animal testing.
And the fisheries.
And the fisheries also, and the transport committee.
Yeah, we can go on and on.
But we can go on. But I think it would be something that we should think about to gather the responsibility. And I think it's something that we've done in many countries when it comes to the climate change, which has gone up on the agenda. We didn't, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we didn't have climate ministers. Now we have climate ministers most places because we think it's important. And we can see that many more people think that animal welfare is important. So maybe it could be time for a committee to gather the responsibility.
Thank you so much. Now we go to Olga, and then we have time for one further question. Olga, please.
Yes, thank you. We talked earlier about the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, the RSB, and the negative opinion that the proposal received, the impact assessment rather. I wanted to ask, basically I think that this may not be the worst of our problems. We actually have, we're very short in terms of time. We are coming to the end of this commission, the end of this parliament. It's the end of the term, and if there's any more delay in presenting the proposals, then we may not have, the Parliament may not pick this file up, and then it will be up to the next Commission. So I'm asking our two MEPs in the panel, how could you and of course the Animal Welfare Intergroup ensure that this Parliament picks up the file when it's submitted, if it's submitted before the end of the year, hopefully much before the end of the year? And how can you ensure that at least this Parliament starts some preliminary work on the file so then it can continue to the next Parliament? And also, last but not least, I also wanted to ask whether already you can start, as Animal Welfare Intergroup, you can start the process to see whether the Environment Committee can also have competence on animal welfare issues, especially the animal welfare proposals, because it's nice to think about some future animal welfare committee, etc. But right now we have a problem and we need to solve it now, not in the distant future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Quick responses from our MEPs. What do you think, Tilly?
That is exactly, I did not mention it before, but the blocking or the negative opinion on the impact assessment, every week that pass by, we're losing time that this Parliament can still work on these files, at least put important steps on that. So that's why also as chair and working together with the director, with Reineke, we wrote indeed to the Commission to say, please, we want to start, we are ready. And of course then comes also the fight on the competences we have to take. But now we have I want to start working on it. But because I'm sure we are not going to finish this legislation on this Parliament, but at least, as you say, Olga, if we could already put some important steps in there, that would be important, because I'm very honest, and I'm always very honest, you know, so I think looking what's happening in Sweden, in Italy, in Spain now recently, the next Parliament probably, and it's a call to all of you, it's not going to be the more progressive. We have the progressive ones that clearly wanted, for example, also an inquiry, a first committee on inquiry on the protection of animals during transport. That was the first committee really dedicated, and I had to remind some people sometimes of that. That was a committee dedicated to the protection of animals and not to anything else. The priority was their protection of animals. We're listening to all the stakeholders, of course, but so it was quite progressive. So for me, that's why time is running and we have to act and put pressure. And then the call Niels made in his very nice way, and I'm going to repeat it in a more harsh way. It's really to look...
It's already election dynamics.
Yeah, to look at the programs and to ask your politica, what are you doing for animal welfare? What are you doing against intensive farming? What is your position regarding the common agriculture policy? You have really to push now and to analyze the programs that the people vote those for the next parliament that will keep on going to have this moment of opportunity. Because if we have a very conservative and especially, and that was what I wanted to say before, especially in times of war, in times of a pandemic, where you have a lot of fears, and I do understand those fears, but some people are using those fears to spread fake news. They speak about food security in Europe, that this is an issue. That's not an issue in Europe. At maximum, you have a problem of accessibility, but the food safety in Europe, it's not an issue. So using that to water down the farm to fork, to water down our ambition on animal welfare, etc., it's just fake news. People are using that. So we have to raise awareness about this fake news. We have to make very good choices at the next election at for the European Parliament. Otherwise, the risk is, and I say it very clearly, that this whole revision of the animal welfare legislation is going to be put somewhere very down in a tiroir. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yes, we know what she means. So totally. Thank you, Telly. So. People, time is running out. Time is running out. I'm so sorry, I could continue this for the entire day. You have a final question on your Slido, which asks you, what is your key thought after having heard these wonderful panelists? What is your key message to them? And whilst you're doing that, we take one last question. I'm ignoring now the timekeeper. I'm very sorry. One last question. There was someone over there? Yes, can we please?
No, over here.
Hey, okay, yes.
My name is Ira van Eelen. I'm from the Cellular Agriculture Netherlands Foundation. And you don't need to answer my question, but I want to give you a thought. You talk about the importance sometimes of short-term legislation for farmers. And we've been talking here about respect. Please respect farmers enough to give them a view for a better future. Their children will probably not want to do the job they currently do. If we don't look out for the innovations coming our way and being blocked currently also in Europe, we're not serving them. We're not treating them with respect. And not all farmers see themselves as herders of animals. They see themselves as trusted food producers. So please take that into account, that when you think you give them a little treat by a 3-year pause of something, you're not actually respecting them, and you're not really helping them.
Thank you, Ira. Thank you, and we will hear more from you after the break about where you see this protein shift going, but thank you for planting that seed. So, dear panelists, I think we have some... Oh, the wild animal guerrilla is stepping up. Yes, so whilst the audience is, I think, get it done, please, and I feel worried. Those are the sentiments. But Yes, I think that is challenges, anger. We need to hurry. I think that's all reflecting what we have heard from you. So I would like to thank our dear MEPs and wish them well in the election campaign and keep fighting for the animals. Yes, and dear Commission representatives, we are here to help. Thank you so much for your courage. Thanks so much. Give them a big round of applause. And dear people, before you get your much-deserved coffee and tea, remember there will be a photo, a group photo in the garden next to the place where the coffee is served. And then please be back on time because we will welcome Peter Singer. So see you soon.
Very good.
Thank you. We have a small gift bag. Thank you, Andrea.
You're coming from different sides.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Joanna, thank you.
Welcome back, one and all. Eurogroup family, we hope that you enjoyed the vegan cinnamon rolls. Thank you so much for coming back. So
legendary. Thanks to Anne.
Great to have you back, and thank you so much for shuffling in the sun. I know it was a hardship to be in the sun for a while, but shuffling for the photo. And you'll all have those vegan cinnamon rolls in your hands for posterity.
Or dirty
in years
faces,
to come.
yes.
So welcome back, and this really is a great moment in a great conference. It is our honor, Reineke, to be welcoming our esteemed guest speaker today. And celebrity, I think, is not too strong a word. Our speaker, Peter Singer, became well known internationally, of course, because of the publication of his brilliant book, Animal Liberation, way back in 1975. And I know Peter will be tired of hearing this, maybe never tired of it, but it's certainly been a book that has inspired many an activist and certainly inspired me. Peter has co-written, written, edited, and co-edited 50 books, and in 2012 became a Companion of the Order of Australia, being bestowed the nation's highest civic honour. Since 2021, Peter has made a virtue out of controversy, being founding co-editor of the Journal of Controversial Ideas. Peter, of course, is cited as the world's most influential living philosopher, and is credited as having started the modern animal protection movement. Here with us today because of his new take on that 1975 classic called Animal Liberation Now. Please give a huge welcome to Professor Peter Singer.
Thank you very much for that flattering introduction, Philip. Thank you for inviting me here, everybody involved with this meeting, and thank you all for coming. It's a great pleasure to be speaking at the conference of the Eurogroup for Animal Welfare, because I don't know of any organisation that has actually achieved more for animals than the Eurogroup. If I'm looking back the 50 years since I've been involved in this. So I want to make a few remarks. I don't want to take up too much of the time, because I do want to allow some time for discussion and questions. Let me first say that my professional expertise is in philosophy, and more specifically in ethics. And I think the contribution that I've been able to make to this movement is to lay out a firm ethical foundation which broadens the scope of the movement. When I first became aware of the way we treat animals, particularly in factory farms, and that led me to think about what is it, as I initially thought, what is it that justifies us in using animals for food and in the other ways we do in research? And that led me to explore what philosophers of the past had said. And then, even though I was only a graduate student at that time myself, I had to say, I just don't find this very persuasive. If you look at what Aristotle said, or what Descartes said, or what Kant said, none of those defences of our use of animals, none of those denials of the claims that we had obligations to animals really were at all convincing. And I started to see that what is going on here is something not too different from what you can see much more easily if we read the literature justifying slavery written in the 18th century or early 19th century in the United States. Quotations from the Bible twisted to make it seem that they justify what we want to do. And of course, claims about the facts of the beings who we are using and exploiting in ways that can be shown to be false, but that suit the objectives of continuing this position of domination and superiority. So that's what led me eventually to write Animal Liberation and to put forward the claim that the solid ethical basis of the movement is the idea that membership of a particular species is not itself a reason for thinking that pain and suffering matter less, or for that matter, that living an enjoyable life matters less. That pain is pain, misery and suffering are bad things. They're bad things whether they happen to people of our race or of our sex or of our species. And while, of course, species differences may mean that different beings are affected by things in different ways, we may be affected through not getting an education, for example, that may harm us and maybe doesn't harm non-human animals. They may be affected in other ways too, depending again if they're social beings, need to be in a group of the right size, if they're free to walk around, and if essentially they're not deprived of their basic needs. But in the world in which we live, where commercial interests play such a huge role, unfortunately, we do ignore the needs and interests of animals for largely commercial purposes, particularly, as I say, in the case of raising them for food, where the imperative is to produce the products as cheaply as possible and not to give the animals a good life and to minimise their pain and suffering. So I think it's important that the movement has that basis, because when I first became aware of these issues about animals in 1970, it seemed that a lot of the organisations were basically appealing to animal lovers. That is, they were focused on people who already had a strong attachment to animals. And organisations, for example, the organisations opposing research on animals, would routinely show illustrations of cute puppies and kittens, even though that's a tiny minority of all of the animals used in research. So I think while of course we welcome everybody who does care about animals, and we want to build on that, and we want to promote compassion and empathy with animals for everyone, we don't want to convey the idea that if you're an animal lover, you'll support us, and of course if you're not an animal lover, well, then you won't be interested. On the contrary, just as with those other issues I mentioned, with racism and sexism, we hope that all reasonable beings who want to live ethically will support opposition to racism and sexism. So I think we should hope that they will support opposition to speciesism. And I'd like to incidentally honour Richard Ryder, who I don't think could be here today, though I know he was planning to be here today originally and then got COVID, as the person who coined the word speciesism, and I first saw it when I was in Oxford, and a leaflet showing a picture of a chimpanzee with syphilis, and it had that heading across it. And I thought, yes, speciesism. That's really what I've been thinking about. So thank you, Richard, for that. Now, having said that, let me say a little bit about what I think has changed over 50 years. The reason I wrote this new book, Animal Liberation Now, was to keep the book fully up to date in terms of, firstly, the factual issues, what is done to animals in factory farms and in laboratories and elsewhere, and also to look again at the ethical arguments, although I must say I found that they have stood up very well over the 50 years since I first expressed them, but reply to some more recent critics, to consider some newer areas that philosophers and others are now thinking about, including whether we should be trying to do something about the suffering of wild animals, to talk about climate change and its relevance for consumption of meat, something that Philip has just published a book on that is recently available. So that was another issue that I wanted to bring into the discussion. Well, if we do look at that, if we say what has actually happened over the past 50 years and what can we hope to happen looking ahead, then clearly one really huge difference is an important change in attitudes. When Animal Liberation was first published, the idea of animal rights, or some sense equality, equal moral status for animals, provoked a lot of ridicule. People were not used to this idea, they laughed at it, they thought that, you know, yes, maybe you should be kind to animals, particularly dogs and cats and horses, but the idea of concern for farmed animals was something that some people were not ready for. I think the animal movement has changed that. I think that there is now, especially in, you could say, in industrialized countries, in Europe and the United States, Australia, Canada, there is an understanding that there's a solid basis for thinking that animals have a moral status which is either similar in some respects to those of humans, or anyway is important and generates important obligations and restrictions on what we can do to animals. And there's also, consequently, much greater acceptance of people not eating animals or not eating any animal products at all. And that too was very strange. In fact, when I first became a vegetarian in 1971, the leading vegetarian restaurant in London was called Cranks, conveying the idea that you have to be a crank to be a vegetarian. Mocking it a little bit, but it was still a very prevailing concept, I must admit. So we're way past that now in terms of attitudes. Secondly, there have really been important regulatory changes, and here I think Europe, and including the UK, making that a geographical rather than a political expression, have been in the lead. And I would particularly mention 3 forms of confinement that I wrote about in detail in the first edition of Animal Liberation, and which I thought were the most egregious things that we were doing to animals on a large scale. And that was the standard battery cage, bare wire cage for laying hens, with making it impossible for them even to fully stretch their wings if there'd been only one hen in a cage. And of course there were 3, 4, or even 5. Secondly, individual stalls for both for veal calves, which prevented them turning around or hardly moving a step, and they were fed on an inadequate diet, which deliberately made them anemic, so their flesh would be paler in colour and fetch a higher price. And thirdly, sow stalls, again individual stalls for breeding sows, so they could not turn around and had nothing to do all day except stand up or lie down. So those 3 changes I think have been really important, and Europe has led the way in those changes. And I should also mention the ban on cosmetic testing, which was another thing that I wrote about, which seemed to me just so clearly indefensible to inflict pain and suffering on animals so that there can be more cosmetic products put on the market. And that's another achievement, including the ban on importing cosmetics with ingredients that have been tested on animals. So those seem to me to be really important regulatory changes. And as I say, they've really got going and have been implemented here in Europe. Now, what is coming next? Well, I'm aware of the draft, the leaked draft that Eurogroup published in April, which does look promising, I must say. I know that we're not there yet, but bans on cages, bans on mutilations for farmed animals, on cruel slaughter practices like the use of carbon dioxide gassing for pigs and chickens. And particularly, let me single out 2 other things. The culling of male chicks of the laying hen varieties being prohibited, which will be very welcome. I was just talking recently to a tech person who's working in Israel on not simply sexing eggs, which I understand is what is happening here at the moment, but he has a technique for dramatically reducing the number of male chicks that will hatch. In some trials, they've got it down to 80% male chicks, which would reduce the problem, and he thinks is more likely to be adopted in countries where there is no regulation. Look at China, for example, very unlikely that they're going to regulate in this way, because it actually saves money for the hatcheries. The saleable product that they get is greatly increased if you can produce 80% female chicks rather than 50%. So if anyone's interested in that, actually, he would like to be more in touch with the welfare movement, so maybe I'll speak to some people about that later. And the other thing that I want to single out particularly is in this draft is humane stunning for fish. And here I have to say that in the first edition of Animal Liberation, I was perhaps, you could say I was being strategic, or you could say I was being cowardly, I'm not sure. I didn't say very much about fish because I didn't think people were ready to show concern for fish in 1975. It was a struggle to get them to show concern for chickens even then. So fish seemed probably a step too far. But clearly, fish are vertebrate animals. They're clearly capable of feeling pain. We've had more research over those 50 years to demonstrate that, I think, very clearly. And when you look at the numbers, then you see that this is a huge issue that we cannot ignore. If you look at the numbers of animals raised for food, I'm not talking about wild-caught fish now, the ones that we actually raise, industrially produce, basically, then fish are the majority of vertebrate animals we raise for food now. According to the figures that I've seen and quote in the book, it's roughly 124 billion vertebrate fish raised for food each year, compared to something like maybe 80 billion terrestrial land-based vertebrates. So this is a problem that we cannot ignore, and I'm very pleased to see steps taken about humane stunning anyway. I think we also need to take steps about the conditions of the confinement too. Okay, so that's Europe. But I think Europe has a global importance. What happens in Europe is not just important for the hundreds of millions of animals in Europe. It is very important for those reasons. But Europe sets an example of what is possible. And other countries lag behind. Some of them lag further behind than others. But I think they notice what is happening in Europe, and it makes a difference. In the United States, for example, the battery cage, which is illegal here, is still the majority, the way the majority of laying hens are housed, something like maybe 60–65%. And it's good that 35% are no longer in cages. That's not because of federal legislation. It's to only a small degree because of legislation in some states, in California. It's mostly because of the campaigns of animal organisations against corporations that use battery eggs and persuading them to do something differently. And the problem with the United States, I think, simply is that the political system is corrupted by too much money coming from the agribusiness industries. And the evidence for that is that in states where you can have a citizen-initiated referendum, such as California or Massachusetts, the voters overwhelmingly want animals to have room to move around, to stretch their limbs, to turn around. 63% voted for Proposition 12 in California, which was recently upheld by the Supreme Court, one of the only Supreme Court decisions recently that I've supported and favoured. But in Massachusetts, it's even got 78%. So I think there is sufficient public support, but it can't have an impact in a basically corrupt political system. So I think that Europe needs to show the way, and I think it's important when if you do get these issues voted on in states or you get arguments about them, to show the feasibility of producing eggs without battery cages, producing products from pigs and chickens without with more room to move and so on. It's important to say this has been done in Europe for many years now, and it works, and people accept it. Now, it's also true, of course, that I would rather say we don't need to exploit these animals at all. We should get rid of this raising of animals for food, and particularly the industrial raising of animals in food that confines them indoors, no matter how much space they have indoors. But I also feel we have to be pragmatic. We have to take victories where we can. We have to keep moving things forward. It's no point demanding an ideal situation when we know we're not going to get that and we don't have any immediate way of making that happen. I want to mention too that even apart from those other developed nations like the United States or Australia or Canada, which are following Europe's example that, you know, lagging varying distances behind, we have to focus on China as well. And that's another thing I wanted to do in the new book, to have a more global perspective. I could more or less ignore China in 1975 because China produced very little meat. There was a large part of the population was just too poor to buy meat. And it also had very little research in animals, wasn't providing for that. That's all changed. China is now a huge producer of meat. The majority of factory farmed pigs in the world, I think, are coming from China. Certainly it's the largest single producer of them. And they're building 26-story factory farms filled with pigs who, of course, never get to go outside. How we can change that is a serious problem. Also, Chinese aquaculture is responsible for a large number of those 124 billion fish being factory farmed. But one example, one thing that perhaps Europe can do, I noticed again in the draft, it does talk about the possibility of import restrictions, and you do have already, as I mentioned, import restrictions on cosmetic testing and cosmetic products tested on animals. Perhaps Europe could move to import restrictions on products from animals where the conditions under which they are kept are not equal to those that are legally required in the European Union. Would that be World Trade Organization acceptable? I'm not a lawyer, so you need to ask somebody who is. But this is exactly what the recent Supreme Court decision in the United States was about. Could California not only require that pigs in California have room to turn around, but could it require that any pig product sold in California be produced from pigs who or whose mothers had room to turn around? And the Supreme Court said yes. So possibly that's WTO compliant as well. I hope so. And I think, as I say, setting the example and shaming countries like the United States is important. In fact, just last week, as part of the publicity tour for Animal Liberation Now that I was doing in the United States, I went on a podcast in which I said the United States lags far behind Europe in terms of its concern for animals and what it actually implements for animals legally. And I got a request from Time magazine to write an opinion piece on just that topic, which I will be doing over the next week or two. So I think the strategy of shaming Americans, saying, hey, you're lagging behind all of these European countries, right? You might think, for example, I suppose we have some people from Spain here, you might think that Spain has less concern for animals than the United States because the only thing you know about animal welfare in Spain is that they have bullfights, and you don't have bullfights in the US. But, you know, how many bulls are harmed? I'm not supporting bullfights, obviously, but how many bulls suffer and die in the bull ring as compared to how many chickens and pigs and other animals have much worse lives in the United States than they do in Spain or anywhere in Europe. So I think we need to use that argument. One last thing I'm going to say, since everybody is talking about it and all the interviews I've done end up asking me about AI, let me say AI has impacts on animals too. And AI is increasingly being used in factory farming in a number of different countries, including China, but also in Europe as well. If you look at ethical statements about AI, they all focus on humans, virtually all. Actually, just a week or two ago, Serbia passed, issued an ethical statement about AI in which it included animals. That's the first such statement that I have seen, and congratulations, Serbia. So I think we need to think about that. We need to think about AI development cannot only be concerned with human welfare, it has to be programmed so that it takes account of animal welfare as well. Good. I'm going to stop at that point so we do have some time for discussion. Thanks very much.
Peter, thank you so very much. If you did like to join us, and we will open the floor for questions. I see hands going up straight away. Olga, please.
Thank you very much for this great speech. Worldwide, although we are here among friends and we are talking about our friends, the animals, the non-human animals, still in recent years, year after year, we see an increase in the number of animals used and killed for food and various other purposes. So in a way, the animal welfare, animal rights, animal advocacy movement has moved ahead and is stronger than ever. At the same time, though, there are more and more animals who are killed in awful ways across the world, and the predictions are actually grim. So what do you think would be the determining factor that will change this? Would it be, for example, the development of cultured agriculture and cultured meat and animal products, etc.? Will it be something else? What do you think? What is your guess? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you're right, of course. Globally, meat consumption is rising and the suffering of animals is rising. And that is significantly because of this increase in prosperity, which applies to China, but also applies to other countries in the world. We can't keep people in poverty. That's obviously impossible. We have to try to educate them to see the harms that they're causing, both to animals, to climate, to the local environment, and, importantly, to their own health and to public health, to increase public health risks. So all of those factors are relevant, and I think they can all have some kind of impact. But I do agree with your suggestion that if we can produce cultivated meat that tastes, chews, cooks like meat from animals, but does not come from animals, then that could be a really important contribution to slowing and eventually reversing this growth in meat, well, not in meat consumption, because then I guess that would be meat, but this growth in animal suffering. Personally, having not eaten animals for 50 years, I don't feel any need or desire to do it, but I think I've learned to accept that many people are very conservative in their meal habits and are not likely to change solely through ethical arguments. And so I think we need to try to do what we can to reduce the harm that they're causing when they do eat meat, and cultivated meat, if it can compete economically, of course, will be an important way of doing that.
Peter, thank you, and a great precursor for the panel debate to come, which is looking at these kind of innovations to take animals out of the system. Other questions? I know Gemma Williamson, and then we've got a lady in the centre here. Gemma first, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you also. Do you see possibilities for artificial intelligence related to the subject of Melanie Challenger, who actually says that animals also should be able to speak for themselves? Do you see possibilities for AI to actually apply that technique in order to translate the communication of animals to human language?
Thank you for that question. It's a really interesting area, the use of AI for animal-human communication. But you've asked the wrong person, because I do not have expertise in that area. I am organizing a workshop or conference in Princeton in which Kirsten Andrews, who's from York in the United Kingdom, has just sent us an abstract about the paper that she's planning to give, and it is on, I think, the use of AI for dolphin-human communication specifically. So I think there's really interesting work going on. I want to know more about it. Of course, it's possible that it may work for some animals and not others. In fact, we've already taught sign language to great apes, but not to other animals. On the other hand, dogs can understand a lot of words, we know. So, yeah, I really don't know what the possibilities are. I imagine they would vary across species. So I don't know that we'll somehow magically be able to communicate with all species. But we will learn some things, I think, about their preferences and desires that maybe are not so apparent today.
Thank you, Peter. Please.
Can we give Irene the mic, please?
Hello, I'm Irene Molfesi from the Hellenic Animal Welfare Federation. My question, I'm always covered by the previous question, but my question would have been concerning AI, whether you can think of ways that can help animals, not only translating their language or their communication, but how it can be used for advocacy, how we can use it. If we had contacts with where it originates from, with the big companies that originate, that make it, how can we use it? What can we ask from them?
Well, I think what we can ask from them is that they build into their algorithms concern for the well-being of animals. So, for example, if you are going to use AI in a factory farm, it should not simply be programmed to show the owners of the farm how to save money or how to stock more densely and therefore get a bigger profit out of their investment on capital. We should require it to try to assess the welfare of the animals, and again, that's something that AI can learn to do, and then to prevent lowering that welfare beyond a certain point. So I can conceive, perhaps in Europe where you have strong public support for animal welfare, I can see it as being a positive tool if that can be a requirement of it. Just as we've had a lot of ethical issues with AI already, for example, in that it's been discovered that some algorithms that banks use discriminate against, in the United States, discriminate against blacks. Not because it's taught to discriminate against blacks, but because it picks up some other cues of discrimination that exist in society as a whole, and the net result is that it's harder for blacks to get loans or whatever it might be. And so those banks have been required to modify their algorithms so that that doesn't happen. So I don't see why we couldn't have similar requirements where AI is interacting and impacting animals so that it must take account of animal welfare and cannot do things which are contrary to a certain level of welfare for animals.
Peter, thank you. Your experience is so vast and the fascination so great with this audience that we really could be here all afternoon. But in the interest of the time, one final question, please. So, Peter, Animal Liberation Now, which of course is available in the foyer here, and I think you're...
I was told that it's sold out, actually.
Oh, right. Well...
So, but you can order more
Fantastic.
copies. Yes, the publisher will be very happy to supply, or online bookstores.
And you'll be happy to sign copies?
I will. Yes, sign copies. If you have them now, I will be happy to sign them.
Fantastic. And so it's a retake on the classic from 1975. So my question really is, what was the motivation for bringing it out now, and what gives you hope that we can get animal liberation?
Well, I think this is an important moment in that we have this strong vegetarian and vegan movement, and we have wider recognition of animals and animal rights. So I think we can move forward. I think we can build on that. And the thing we've already discussed, the fact that we have both cultivated meat, and I should also mention plant-based products that look and taste more like meat than simply the products we had before. I think all of that is hopeful, and we need to continue to push forward. But I think we have a strong base of public support now that we didn't have in 1975, and that's really what gives me hope.
Fantastic. Peter, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, a big hand for Professor Peter Singer. Peter, thank you so much for your rich inspiration. We cannot thank you enough for being here with us in person in Brussels. Thank you again. And now, Reineke, so Peter was talking about innovations to take animals out of the system. How good was that as a precursor?
Yeah, absolutely. It was really a good introduction to what we will be discussing now. A future without the use of animals. You know, it may seem a long way off, but actually it's not really. It's already happening now. So it's my real honor to invite some of the panelists, but moreover our moderator for this session, Benny Anderson, board member Eurogroup for Animals, CEO of Jurensraad.
Benny, welcome.
So, small shoes to fill for me, getting up now. Size 42. But I want to welcome the panelists to take a seat. And we have, you can come up now if you want to. And you see on the screen the names. And it's very good that the picture and name correlates. So, yeah. So, shall we have a seat? Welcome. Peter Singer, you mentioned that there are no immediate way forward out of the use of animals. But I think this panel has can give us some clarity and some hope about ways forward towards a world where animals are not used for a variety of reasons. So I'm very happy that we have you guys here. And first of all, I would like to introduce Ira van Elen. She's the board member of Cellular Agriculture, Netherlands. You have a microphone there, yeah? Yes. So we speak about cultivated meat today, and it's like this novel idea for a lot of people here. But I don't think it's a novel idea for you. It's been around for like 40 years or something.
Yeah, I'm turning 60 this year. And my father started talking about this when I was 14, so do the math. And I think the gentleman here in the front row had something to do with it, because keeping calves in boxes was something he despised. Feeding them a lot of antibiotics was problematic for health reasons in his mind. So yeah, he thought when he stumbled on stem cell research, why not make steaks out of cells instead of only human organs or skin grafts or heart valves? He pursued that idea. And he was not a scientist. He was not a doctor. And I've tried to correct Wikipedia on this, but he was not. He was just a guy in love with his idea. Because to him, and for me also at the time, being able to produce the same thing as we love to eat so much in a completely sustainable but mostly cruelty-free way was for him a sort of eureka. Of course we're going to do this. And at 14, I also was one of those people, of course we're going to do that. And now I'm 60, I know it's very hard and it's very difficult. And I understand why we're not there yet. And I'm very sad that the world sort of educated me out of my initial belief that not having to slaughter an animal to have something delicious on your plate, which is probably high-end nutrition as well, wasn't enough to do it yesterday, but maybe tomorrow.
So, yeah, like a forerunner, your father and you at 14, And then during these years, I think you've heard a common criticism against cultivated meat can be that it disconnects the farmers from producing, but the food we eat. So maybe that's also some of the resistance against cultivated meat has come from the farmer community also. But you run a very interesting project about this. Could you please tell us more about it?
Yeah. This was never my work. I came into this game pretty late, and I'm sometimes very apologetic about it that I actually did. It was my father's work. And working together with my father would have been completely impossible. So even after he died, I was brought back, and I knew at the time that in his mind, farmers would be a critical part of the transition into cultivated meat or to cultivated meat. And let me also stress, cultivated meat is just one of the options that we can transition to. So I'm not just, it's all about cultivated meat, it's about all those alternatives. And yeah, I think I sort of saw people thinking that cultivated meat would only come from big factories. And I thought, well, that's a shame, especially given the fact that I also learned that the pink elephant in the room for a lot of farmers is actually having to bring their animals to slaughter. But they're connected to their land, they're connected to their work, they're connected to what they think they are supposed to do. So why not give them another business model, another option? And that's not saying that we can do that, but at least we need to look into that and see where agriculture and agriculture parties can be a part of cultivated meat and all alternative proteins, and not just think that it will destroy a very successful industry. So let's cut out the parts that are really bad and keep what is good about it. And that's called respect farms.
Yes, and super interesting, because then the transition can be together with the farmers instead of being painted as the big enemy. So.
Yeah, I remember driving my father at a very old age to a farm, and there's a very famous picture of him taking off his hat to a cow. And he was heavily attacked, and we're talking about around 2000, by farmers, but also by vegetarians. Mr. Van Alen, do you ever think vegetarians will cultivate meat? No, of course not. We don't want that. But he made me drive him to the farmer, and I said, why are we driving to the farm and not to the vegetarians? He said, Ara, the vegetarians aren't the problem. I want to make sure that the farmers understand that this is for them, that this is their future, that they can be another kind of food producers.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ira. And the step over to the next person I want to introduce, Mark Post, Chief Scientific Officer of Atmosa Meat. It's not that big, that step. It's kind of close. So, Mark, you became the public face for cultivated meat when you presented the first burger in London in 2010?
13.
13. There you go. Time doesn't fly that fast. So, but that's 10 years ago. So what are you and Mosa Meat currently working on?
Well, of course, we are working on bringing this to the market. This is a company, and we started this in 2016. I was in academia when I met Ira's father for the first time and got hooked to this idea. And then, of course, as an academic, it's kind of interesting, and the science is interesting, but then again, we wanted to make this happen, and then you start a company, which was not my original kind of goal in life. So what we're doing there is making the first products to get them onto the market. And as you probably all know, this has to go through, well, first of all, you have to technically do it in the words of Peter, I'm a tech person, so you have to develop the technology to actually do this. It seems like we had this in 2013, but there were still a lot of issues with that. Not the least was that hamburger at the time cost €250,000. But there were some other issues, so we had to work very hard to make that happen. And then, of course, you have to start producing, and you have to start to get regulatory approval. So there are a lot of things that you need to do. Now, this is 10 years ago. We're currently seeing the first products, not really on the market, but they are getting there. And I understood that Airbnb, which is a company which just uses an app to have existing infrastructure and distribute it in a better way, or I don't know better, but in another way. It took them 8 years, right? And trust me, I don't know anything about those platforms, but I think this is a lot harder to do. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, you're doing hard things, yes. But if because I think there's people in the audience, but also people outside this room that are wondering, can you give us some kind of do you have some hunch when we as consumers can see cultivated meat at an affordable price? This is the nice question to get.
Oh, there are two conditions here. One is on the market, and the other is at an affordable price. So, yeah, there are two completely different conditions. One is getting them on the market. As you know, in Europe, everywhere it's a novel food, so it has to be regulated. In Europe, as far as I know, there are no submissions for EFSA yet, so that means that, and the least amount of time that Europe will take is 1.5 years. So the next 1.5 years, you can be assured there's no product on the market or even available anywhere in Europe. We are obviously aiming to, in the years after that, we're doing the submission soon, in the years after that, to gradually bring it to the market. At the moment, there is a product kind of on the market. It's actually market in Singapore, very, very small scale, expensive, and still what I would call a sort of beginning product, not something that really will change the world. But that will further improve. So, a long story, and if you guys are going to quote me on that, I'm going to deny it. But within the next 5 years, we will see something on the market in Europe, and it will probably take at least 5 years to get it to price parity, so that you could actually comfortably buy it in the supermarket.
Okay, so that was an answer to the question, but you cannot tell anyone about it. So
you can, but I just will deny it.
Yeah.
Still will deny it.
Yes, I'm going to move forward in this panel. So there will be some time for questions from the audience, and it's Anne de Greef. From Belgium, Gaia, CEO, director of Gaia, sorry. And you have some super interesting thing. It's not cultivated meat. I know that you love the idea of cultivated meat.
I do, absolutely.
Yeah, this is, there's no one telling me more about cultivated meat than Anne. And
donkeys.
And donkeys.
Cultivated meat and donkeys.
Standing so close to Anne, I'm absolutely in favor of cultivated meat. Yeah, so, no, but I also like the idea. And donkeys, of course. But you're not, it's not about donkeys or cultivated meat, right? No? No, there's something not completely different.
Well, I was asked to present this on the panel, but in fact we're a month and a half too early, so what I'm going to show you is really a sneak peek. It's not finished yet, but it's just a small video of what it could look like.
Yes, and could we maybe get the video? Yes. Wow. We don't even know what it is, but it's amazing. Yes, yes. You should have had this American voiceover also.
Yeah.
Coming July.
I could have asked my friend Jean-Claude Van Damme, but
Yes.
he wasn't available.
But Anne, what is this?
Well, it's what it says. It's the zoo of the future. So how we see the future of zoo is that we have a gradual going away from keeping wild animals in captivity to VR experience and to also transforming actual zoos into sanctuaries because we have luckily more and more bans on wild animals in circuses. In the US, we're seeing people, the government moving away from those mad things like keeping wild animals by individual persons. So I think we need capacity, and the infrastructure is there of the better zoos. So we could use them for that, and that is our vision of the future, how we see it. So maybe start with those animals that have are very difficult to keep in captivity, like elephants, and it will allow people to come really close to the animal in their natural environment, because even in the kind of better zoos or less worse zoos or less bad zoos, there are problems, and so we think this is the future. So we are going on the road with this, with a truck. We are doing a launch in Brussels on the 19th of July, and then very nearby here in Plein Public, and then we are going on the road in different cities to show with the glasses to people the VR experience, and they can come really close. It's really sometimes even frightening. I heard, I don't know if Michel is still here, but Michel with the glasses screaming, he's very near. So it's really good, if I may say so myself.
I think you may. So, yeah, what do we think about that?
Woo!
Yes, and on a follow-up question: have you had any discussions with traditional zoos regarding this yet, or is that to come?
Not regarding this, but I hope that the less bad zoos, I don't really know how to call them, but the zoos that are out there and doing efforts to make it better for the animals, let me say so. I hope that they will embrace this, because I think they can gradually, it's not that we are asking to close all zoos tomorrow, but they can gradually move towards it, and maybe it's going to be like a hybrid existence together, like we get rid of the elephants and those animals first, and then we replace it by VR experiences, and then we can move gradually to having zoos and the infrastructure used for sanctuaries, which I think is going to be a big need it's already now a need, but in the future it's going to be even a bigger problem to have those animals in good conditions that are confiscated or what else. So I hope that they will embrace the idea and see the benefits of it, because I think it's 2023. I think zoos should be in the past for a long time, but yeah.
Here. Yes, thank you, Anne. And a super interesting project. And talking about super interesting projects, we have our next panelist, Professor Ingrid Wisseren-Hamakers, which I learned today stole one of my employees. He's doing much better with you than with us. So now we get use for all his education. So Love, shout out to Love. But Ingrid, I have this. Do you want to show some slides now? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. We can start with that. and they popped up here. So
wanna swap?
We can swap.
Yeah, yeah. So first of all, it's an honor to be here. Can I now swap microphones too? Yeah. First of all, I have a confession to make. I'm not only a professor, but starting next Tuesday, I'm going to be a Dutch senator representing the Party for the Animals. I'll do my best to represent our movement. This is one of my first public appearances with this 1.5 hat, so I haven't been installed yet, so I call it a 1.5 hat. So we'll see how it goes. So what I wanted to talk about is actually the transition to animal-free innovation in terms of laboratory experiments or the use of animals in science. And I want to do so from a social science perspective. And the thing is, if I look at this question from a social science perspective, which I do in a project with a large consortium, including Eurogroup, that's a very proactive part of this consortium, for which many thanks. If I answer the question, what drives the future of animal-free innovation, it's actually not innovation. Sorry. Because the innovation in this sector is booming. There's organs on a chip, there's organoids, there's computer modeling, there's AI. I think if we keep investing in that innovation, if we keep supporting that innovation, I think the alternatives are there. The problem with these in this transition is that they get stuck. They get stuck in the legislative systems for safety assessment. They get stuck in scientific traditions that are used to using animal experiments. They get stuck in the assumption that animal testing guarantees safety. They get stuck in society-wide paradigms that innovation is per definition good, while one could question whether we need another pesticide that needs to be tested in order to get onto the market. They get stuck in society-wide values that experimenting and killing animals is okay or is legitimate for certain purposes. And they get stuck in a global economy that prioritizes profit over well-being. So for me as a social scientist and almost a politician, the question is how to get unstuck. And in environmental governance, that's what we do. We actually study these fundamental changes in society, how to get unstuck in different issues, whether it's climate change or biodiversity loss, animal-free innovation, food and agriculture transitions. And there's increasing, I don't know how to go to the next slide. That's how it works. See, we don't need innovation, we just need a good host. So there's increasing recognition that we need such fundamental change, and there's lots of language out there, whether it's transitions or transformations or transformative change. I really like this definitions of transformative change that is a fundamental society-wide reorganization across technological, economic, and social factors, including in terms of paradigms, goals, and values. And if you really let that definition sink in, it's really fundamental. I've spent a bit of time thinking about this, especially about the last part of the definition, a change in terms of paradigms, goals, and values. Let's see if this works. Yes. That actually means that we really need to change our relationship to animals, including in mainstream political debates, including in terms of sustainable development. We all know the 17 SDGs, the individual animal is nowhere to be found in our discussions on these global sustainability policies. So that's why I made the case for an 18th SDG recognizing animal health, welfare, and rights, to just give them literally a place in the room, if I may say so, but then in a bit of a more visual way, where Maartje the cow, who is allowed to live in a sanctuary, is represented and at the table. Also, if you think about, I have one more slide. So the question really is how to get unstuck, right? It's not only changing our paradigms, goals, and values, but also thinking smartly, I would say, as a movement together on what is needed where, in which transition, on which issue, at which moment. And we developed this framework here. Can I have my... And if you look at this figure, you see transition A, B, and C. If we look at the transition to animal-free innovation in terms of stopping the use of animals in labs, it could be transition A. And you see that the innovation would be the upward curve, really supporting the innovation of new approach methods and next-generation risk assessment. But that's not the only thing that needs to be done. We also need to pay attention to the downward curve, the dotted line in the same transition, so really phasing out animal experiments. And that really requires a different way of governing, right? That requires different governmental legislation, different societal action than supporting new methods. It also requires thinking about the arrow between the different transitions. So also thinking about if you want to reduce animal testing, think about how other issues can support the reduction of animal testing. For example, if we move towards a sustainable agricultural system, and we use less pesticides, then there's less need for animal testing for new pesticides. If we have less or no animal agriculture, we don't need animal testing for new veterinary medicines for those animals. So it's actually refiguring the reduce in our 3Rs policies, right? Another transition could be the transition towards preventative healthcare, so moving from curative healthcare to preventative healthcare, so we don't need to create new medicines for illnesses that can be avoided in the first place, and so we need less animal testing. So really reshaping the debate about this one transition that I'm studying to really open up the debate to other societal issues. And not to forget, and I'll quit in a minute, these larger transformations. So these are really these larger societal transformations in terms of values, so really incorporating the individual animal into all of our discussions, but also the redesign of our economic systems to become a more loving society. So, and we as a movement could use this way of thinking, a transformative governance approach, as we call it. Social scientists always want to introduce new thoughts and new concepts. So if we use this way of thinking about how to govern these large societal changes, we as a movement can become even smarter to see what is needed where, in which topic, or on these larger societal scales to really accelerate all of these needed changes. And so in that way, we can move towards a more loving society. Thank you.
Moving towards a more loving society. That was no questions on that. But I think we have some. I think the audience has questions because now we've heard like 3.5 different approaches to a future where animals are not necessarily used for different human needs. So. And I see the lights. Oh, there's a hand up over here. And when you ask your question, we have 4 very competent persons up here. So I would please ask questions. If you have like a debate piece, you could do it during lunch. So ask questions. So and keep in like 1-2 sentences. That's the rule. If you don't follow the rules.
This is a democracy, Benny.
No, yes, it is.
I know you're in Sweden. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. But we're in Brussels now. Yeah. So I'm just saying. We heard about this regular scrutiny board. I think I'm more transparent than them. Question to this gentleman over here, and please say the name to the person you ask.
Thank you for the floor. Paolo Dalla Villa, World Organization for Animal Health. Just a question, how do you see the future of companion animals that are, in terms of number, relatively numerous, but they are very near to us, and I think we have clearly an important role to play. to improve their own welfare.
Any question was
the future for companion
to whom of these?
Anyone.
Anyone.
Because I think anyone can say something
in
this regard.
Future of companion animals. Well, I'm sorry I'm going to start with my donkeys again, but ever since I adopted 2 rescue donkeys, which then ended up 3 because the rescue center didn't know that one of them was pregnant, so I have 3 now. And I started observing my donkeys and my sheep and my cat. I have more and more problems with domestication, and I think it's a big challenge for us. When you talked about dignity, I think we have to ask ourselves about the dignity of companion animals, and it's becoming sometimes I don't sleep at night, and I'm not exaggerating, to think what can I do to make their life better. And of course they get everything they need, like veterinary care, food, drinks, but it's a big challenge to keep their life enriched. And I think, and maybe some of you will disagree with me, but I'm starting to wonder if domestication was not one of the biggest issues that we did to animals, because now they are there. And I mean, I have like 50 acres for my donkeys, but it's always the same 50 acres unless I take them for a walk. When I decide that they are going for a walk, I decide what their life looks like. So nothing compared to freedom of donkeys in Arizona, yeah, it's a to me personally, it might not be my organization's priority because of all the other challenges that we have, but to me personally it's a big problem that keeps me awake at night, to how do I enrich the lives of the animals that share their lives with me.
Okay, I think I think that's another chapter in the innovation for the future. How we reevaluate our relationship with the so-called companion animals. Let me see. There's a hand up over there, and then a hand up in the front. Sorry, I'm doing that. It's very sharp lights. So the person in the back.
Good afternoon, Jo Bailey from Humanimal Trust. And I had tears in my eyes watching that video, absolutely fantastic. And I really hope it can be brought to fruition soon, that we can close zoos. The sanctuary side of things, turning that infrastructure into a sanctuary, absolutely fantastic. My concern is, unless it's made regulation that we can then we can close those zoos, that those people who are then running those sanctuaries would still need to fund them, therefore charge people to come and visit the animals at the sanctuaries, and basically it's renaming zoos into sanctuaries. How would you combat that?
Well, we in Belgium, we are struggling to have a different category for sanctuaries, because now in Belgium at least, and I think in other countries too, they are considered as zoos. So they are forced also to breed under EASA, which they refuse to do. So, but I think we need to rethink and re-educate those people. And of course, they can allow public in and ask them to pay. But I think they need to be paid for by the government, because the damage has been done by regulators and keeping Dolphinaria and open. And I think it should be paid by tax money and not turn it into a commercial thing, that they need to live from the income from visitors, but they need to be supported by the government, by our tax money, instead of giving tax money to the farmers and the intensive farming.
Yes, let's put the tax money where it should be, yes. There was a question here in the front.
Yeah,
Yes.
Melanie Challenger. This is a question for Ingrid. But I mean, broadly, I think if we take the status of animals seriously and their autonomy, then actually everything that you guys are doing is so crucial, because what will be necessary is transition out of existing economic systems into new ones. I was really inspired by what Euro is doing, because actually we talk so much about compensation. This happens a lot in animal-wildlife conflict, as people will know. We have to focus on compensation as part of resolving animal-wildlife conflicts as well. When you're transitioning from an industry, there is an awful lot of grief, anger, confused feelings, a huge amount of mental health problems that farmers had, that we saw with miners. I worked with fisheries that you get with fishermen. When the industry changes and the skill set has to change and you transition somewhere else. And the psychological component is so often left out and is perhaps the most important one. So Ingrid, I would be really interested to know how you feel we could operationalize and monetize the psychological aspect of how we transition people into a different working economy.
Yeah, thanks. It's a really important question that keeps me up at night, because I think that's the difference. Getting an answer to that question is the difference between a smoother transition and a transition with lots of outrage and opposition. Of course, there will be opposition to change. That's natural. So let's acknowledge it and also create space in the transition for this process of grief. Right? It's not only about losing your business or having to change your business, it's also changing your identity as a farmer or as a fisher or as a scientist who's using animal experiments. There's careers in science that are based on animal experiments. And of course, that needs to change. But if we don't acknowledge the grief that's involved and also not only the loss in terms of livelihoods, but also in terms of identity, I think will create a more difficult transition. And I think if you look at it across the transitions, because we study many of them from agriculture to animal-free innovation, you see that current governments are struggling with how to do that. So really putting the dot on the horizon, this is where we're going, but we'll help you do it, is you need politicians with courage to say this is the direction that's needed and well, let's do this together, but not negotiate the dot on the horizon. So put the dot on the horizon, keep this transition as smooth as possible, but negotiate the way how to get there. Including space for mourning. And if you open up the conversation with those that we're asking to change, which includes us too, then I think it will be smoother. And all of the resistance that you see now is because of this lack of attention to this, what's called deliberate decline in the literature, which is a beautiful literature actually thinking about how to stop things that we don't want anymore. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to sneak in a question because, and this is for you, Ira. It's what do you think about the technology of cultivated meat? How will that affect animal welfare? Because that's what unites this group and the animal thought that animal welfare and animal rights are important. How would you say that technology will affect it and our eating habits when there's a third component like animal meat, cultivated meat, and then plant-based?
Well, one of the fun things about our brains is that if we have a choice out of two, we do either or. As soon as you put in a third choice, you actually have to think about it. So having a third choice in itself is already a big transition for me, because then we at least are in a part of our brain where we have installed some knowledge, probably thanks to you all here. So that for me is already one of the big advantages of cultivated meat and other alternative protein products. You have a choice, and then you actually have to think about it. And one of the fun parts of a transition is to be aware that we're constantly transitioning. So the funny belief that we don't, that things are going to stay the way they are, and especially when I talk to politicians or in ministries about farmers, in Dutch we call it een bunkerbegrip, it's sort of like as if we know what a farmer is. That's a diverse group. That is a group that is all over the world, and they have been taught to do certain things. And I think if we show them, and that's also why I made a film, I really want to invite you to look at it, and it shows what it would look like if a farmer actually would do cultivated meat on a farm. And please, it's a vision film. It's not possible tomorrow. But let's at least have that dot. So this would be what it would look like. And have a conversation and have a sort of respectful conversation that, yes, we think, especially the very highly educated farmers in the Netherlands, that you could be part of this industry, that you could be part of this transition, and it is not against you. And how? We really need to figure it out. But currently, we're the only research project looking into this. And I really wish you would all engage with us, because it's really important to do this.
Thank you. And here's you can steal this mark. It's cultivated meat makes you think. That's a slogan that comes out of this. Makes you start thinking about where does meat come from and what is meat. We have room for one question, and I would like someone that hasn't asked the question. Yeah, in the back. Is this the first time you ask a question?
All right, here it is. Jan Sorgenfrey from Animal International. Question to Mark. Mark, what role, if any, do you see like incremental welfare campaigns such as the European chicken commitments that's both increasing the welfare of animals but also leading to a higher price for these chicken products? What role do you see they play in like price parity? And what do you think is the most important work that NGOs can do to support companies like Mosameat?
Right. Well, thanks. The price parity and kind of the true pricing of meat products is I think a big item, and I'm not sure if it's going to steer consumption patterns in a major way. And it will definitely not lead to a higher equality between consumers, right? So that's the downside of it. If it would lead to a lower meat consumption or chicken consumption, great. We would all be very, very happy that if that would be the case. But I'm not very positive about this. And I think what we are trying to do is develop a technology that allows people to not change their behavior, but change the impact of their behavior. And that's, I think, one of the powers of this technology. By the way, it will eventually also inevitably change their behavior, because it will change our mindset of what meat is. That was not your question, by the way. But I wanted to make that point. What NGOs can do here is, I think if you support, and I know that not all NGOs support the idea of cultivated meat for various reasons, but if you support that idea and you see where this can lead in terms of reducing the number of animals that are used in livestock agriculture or that are being consumed, then yes, just be vocal about this. And there is a lot of there is this is one of the subjects that has already has a lot of public debate. And this is where NGOs, I think, have an important role in steering that public debate, or at least contributing to that public debate, according to your own kind of positions in this. Because otherwise, we leave it to maybe larger industries or individual people who are very vocal. So whatever, if you are supportive of this, let it know, and also to politicians and here in Brussels, because we don't know how this eventually, especially at the political level, how this is going to sway over time.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, the whole panel, because we have touched lunchtime soon. So thank you for your insights into a glimpse into the future. So a big round of applause for our four. And make use of the lunchtime to speak with these four people. And if you want to take Mark what he said at the end as an NGO, you should also consult Anne about promoting cultured meat. I'm promoting Anne. That's my job here. So, but thank you, panel. Thank you, audience. You've made it to lunch, so applause to you.
enjoy that amazing vegan lunch. It's time to introduce someone really special, someone we know really well. It's Philip Lymbery, who doesn't need any introduction, but I still want to say something. Of course, he's the CEO of Compassionate Farming International. He's our beloved president. He's an award-winning author, and moreover, he's one of the most active animal advocates I know. I even doubt if he ever sleeps, because after Farmageddon and Dead Zone, he has now written this very important new book, 60 Harvests Left. And it's out today in paperback. You can get it over there. And why is this such an important book, 60 Harvests Left? Well, at this very moment, the European Commission, we discussed it already, is considering whether to open that new chapter on how to rethink our food system. And this book doesn't only shine a very, very harrowing picture on how we are currently producing our food, but also present so much options, so much perspectives, and so much hope. So it's my real honor to introduce and hand over to dear Philip. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Dear Reineke, thank you very much. Dear friends, thanks for all you do for animals. And I think the central message from the book 60 Harvests Left is hope and urgency. That there is much for us to be hopeful about, particularly as animal advocates, because our time is now. The time when we can see major change is coming. Hope and urgency, because time is running out, not just for animals, but actually for humans too. Non-human animals and humans alike. We are all in this together. I want to begin by acknowledging the fantastic leadership that has been shown by the European Commission with its Green Deal, its farm to fork strategy, its nature restoration package, and of course what comes within that, the overhaul of the animal welfare legislation. What I absolutely can see is that we as a society are locked into a suicidal paradigm that means that we have to achieve animal liberation now for all our sakes. What do I mean by that? Well, looked at through the lens of the 4 seasons, our society is currently going through its summertime, a period of endless partying, of limitless consumption, as if the planet has no boundaries. But the autumn leaves are starting to brown. We can see this with growing anxiety around climate change, the collapse of nature, and the rising risk of pandemics. Carry on as we are, and we'll move into a perpetual winter. We all had a collective taste of that perpetual winter with COVID-19. It showed how our society is vulnerable, is fragile, not to be taken for granted. What we need as a society is to set a course to a new spring. The good news is that there are plenty of beautiful, life-affirming, compassionate solutions readily at hand. And you've all been talking about them in the last 24 hours in this building. But time is running out. If we're going to make progress as a society, we've got to look at where to make the most impact. And what we know is that food is the biggest land user on the planet. And of that, food uses half the habitable land surface of the planet. And of that, more than 80% is being used to produce animal products. Isn't that incredible? What we know also is that food is the biggest user of water. And we know that factory farmed meat, for example, is 40 times more water intensive than non-factory farmed. What we also know is that when it comes to climate change, the livestock sector produces more greenhouse gas emissions than all of the world's planes, trains and cars put together. So if we're going to address the big challenges coming down the track, climate change, the collapse of nature, pandemics, what we absolutely have to do, no surprise to you all here, is address the way that we treat animals. We have to see that there is great preeminence in the idea of one health, one welfare, that the future well-being of people relies on the welfare of animals and a thriving environment. We are all in it together. We need to get that message out. We've heard that loud and clear. And when I think about how we get that message out, I think about my abiding inspiration, which those of you at the AGM will know is our dog, Duke, our rescue dog. Now, Duke and I, we live with Helen, my wife. We live on a farm hamlet. It's not our farm, so we have all of the view, but none of the work. So what could be better? What it means is that we have wonderful walks out along the river and through the fields and the forests every single day. And Duke is, of course, a sentient being. He has his own needs, wants, and desires, and he doesn't mind letting me know what they are. He also loves to bond with our neighbors, and some of them are the 40 cows that you see here that go up and down the riverbank next to our home. We love to see the countryside, and we love to see how it changes every single day. There are many memorable moments, but there's one that I want to share with you now. You see, Duke and I were out on our daily walk. It was early one morning in spring, and there was a tractor pulling a plough. Up and down the tractor went, ploughing a lonely furrow. Dust clouds were going into the air, catching the sun, creating an aura. A classic countryside scene. But there was something wrong. There was something missing. There were no birds, no gulls screeching behind the plough. It was on its own. I saw that it was ploughing across a footpath, so I took a closer look. It gave me the opportunity for a bird's eye view of the soil just as it had been upturned. And do you know what I saw? Nothing. Not a single worm or a beetle or other bug trying to scurry back into their burrow with the soil just overturned. It was lifeless. It was sand. We could have been walking on the moon. There should have been millions of worms in every hectare, every patch of that field the size of a football pitch. There should have been 13,000 species of life, which if you decanted them all and weighed them all, each hectare's worth of life would have weighed 5 tons, as much as an elephant. That field was being used to grow maize, corn, and it was being grown using chemical pesticides and fertilizers. And corn, of course, is a common animal feed. The pesticides, the artificial fertilizers, all destroying the life in the soil, sentient beings and all. And the soil was washing away into the river. It reminded me of a time when I was in the Midwest of America, in Arizona, and there I was looking over flowing green oceans of corn. And I remember walking through that corn and getting to a cattle feedlot. And in America, most of the corn is either feeding factory-farmed animals, be they cattle, chickens, or pigs, or it's feeding cars. This in a country, the US of America, where 1 in 5 kids goes to bed hungry. And I remember seeing this feedlot, and as I approached it, I thought it was going to be noisy, but actually, it was deathly quiet. When I got there, of course, the animals were crowded together in grassless pens. And what I could see, they had no shade. They were in the intense summer sun, jostling to try to lie down in each other's shadows for a respite. It was, as this room knows extremely well, a potent example of the factory farm regime that is now destroying our countryside and causing so much cruelty. Whether it be chickens, pigs, cattle, and other animals. It hasn't always been like this. The good news for us all is that actually this only started a single human lifetime ago. 70 years ago, we started taking animals off of the land and putting them into these factory farms, which meant that we took away a major natural source of fertility for the land. We started instead thinking that this was a space-saving idea, but actually isn't, because then we use vast acreages of arable land, growing corn and wheat and soya and other crops, to feed these animals. And you know very well, that's not very efficient. In fact, they then go on to waste most of the food value in terms of calories and protein in conversion to factory-farmed meat, milk, and eggs. Factory farming is the biggest cause of food waste on the planet. In that transaction, crop fields to factory farms, we waste 4 billion people's worth of food. That is enough to feed half of the population of the whole wide world today. 4 billion people's worth wasted. And yet people go hungry. Factory farming is the biggest cause of food loss. It is also the biggest driver of wildlife declines and the undermining of that thriving environment that we all need, and the biggest cause, as you all know, of animal cruelty on the planet. But there's more. It also undermines the very thing that we all need for a food future, the soil. That is why the UN has warned, carry on factory farming as we do. We've got 60 harvests left, 60 years left before our soil is gone. No food, no soil, no food. It's essentially game over. So that is why we need the European Commission, the Parliament, the Council, everyone involved to get beyond the short-termism that is implicit in the regulatory scrutiny board's negative reaction. It's typical of society. What they've said is, well, can we really afford to change? The reality is we can't afford not to. What we can see then, and here is where the hope comes in, big change is inevitable. Things can't go on as they are. Our moment is coming, friends. We will achieve that animal liberation, because without it, things don't look good. So what are those beautiful, life-affirming, compassionate solutions that I talked about? Well, I sum them up as 3 R's. Regeneration of the countryside, rethinking protein, and rewilding, not least of the soil. So what does all that mean? Well, what that means is regeneration is about taking animals out of those factory farms and bringing them back into the countryside, into the land, where they can restore soil fertility naturally, reduce the overall numbers a lot, but nevertheless, give the animals a life worth living. Give the animals actually better than that, a life where they can experience the joy of living. For that to work, and for us to have a future, we have to rethink protein, because, as we know, we're eating too much meat. If we continue as we are on the trend line, then we can see that our food alone will trigger catastrophic climate change. not addressing food, not addressing meat and dairy, will mean that the climate talks will fail, along with the biodiversity talks, the food security talks, and others that global governments go to on a regular basis. So we need to rethink protein. What does that mean? It means reducing meat and dairy by 70% by 2030 in the EU, as we've prescribed in the newly adopted strategy of Eurogroup for animals. In the US, it means 80%. Globally, it's reducing by about 60%. And these are not made-up numbers. These are scientifically backed numbers. And how do we do that? Well, we've already had a panel which has looked at some of the ways. Of course, plant-based needs to be a major part of that, of rethinking our view of protein. Also, cultivated meat from stem cells, which offers the opportunity of being essentially the renewable energy equivalent for food, giving people the meat that they're increasingly wanting to eat worldwide, but without the downsides for animals and the environment, and thereby people. The other one is precision fermentation, which is using microbes in vats that essentially produce precise proteins and other ingredients. That as a portfolio, and I'm sure it's not going to be the only elements in the portfolio, but a portfolio like that can help us rethink protein and move on. The third one is rewilding, and here what I advocate is there's lots of talk about rewilding, of bringing back beavers and lynx and wolves, and I think that is tremendous. But here I'm talking about bringing back the elephant. How about that? Bring back the elephant to restore soil fertility. What I'm actually not talking about, of course, is bringing back big animals, with 5-ton animals with trunk and floppy ears. What I am talking about is bringing back the elephant's weight of biodiversity that should be under every football pitch-sized patch of healthy soil. And how do we do that? By doing the right things by animals and getting them out of those factory farms, reducing their numbers and letting them bring soil fertility back as part of mixed rotational farms. And we need to do this really quickly because time is running out. We've just got years before we hit really significant tipping points. So a new spring is possible. It's not only possible, but essential. And that is why we as animal advocates need to sense the growing winds of change. And they are gathering. They're going to sweep across like the big winds do on the Midwest plains of America. And what we need to do is put up the biggest sail together, working together in unity as a family to catch as much of that wind of change as possible and drive it forward for animals. And what I believe is an essential element of that change is doing right by animals by getting them out of factory farms now. They will help to turbo boost soil fertility, which we need for our food for our future. And I predict that by the middle of the century, once we've done that because we have to, then we as a society can take the next step and take animals completely out of the system. I believe that by 2100, meat eating, as we know it, will be a thing of the past. Now, I want to just talk about how difficult transitions can be. This is a sooty turn. We've heard from time to time in this conference and in the AGM yesterday that meat is not only about animals on land, it's also about animals in the sea. And we scoop up vast amounts of wild fish to feed farmed fish and all of that. And one of the victims, the hidden victims of factory farming, are animals like this sooty tern. And I had the wonderful privilege to spend a week, Robinson Crusoe style, on an island, just me and my wife, with 1 million of these guys. and it was incredible. And when they lift off, I can tell you, they make one hell of a noise. They are as loud as a rock concert, which is why a scientist friend of mine who has studied them for 50 years, he has to have a hearing aid because they've helped him go deaf. He doesn't mind, he's happy, but that's what they've done. But the thing is, I took this picture of the parent sooty tern, and I took a picture of her with this beautiful egg. And when I got back to the ranch and I looked at the picture, I noticed that the egg was hatching. And this, to me, is rather like all of the ideas that we have in this room. We have all of these ideas and all of these discussions and the challenges that go with it. And sometimes our ideas seem like they're flowing, and other times they feel a little awkward. And then we have the damned regulatory scrutiny board throwing in a wild card, and it all looks awkward. But let's keep going and remember the wind in our sails, because each difficult idea has its time, has its moment, and will come out of that egg and will become a beautiful flying creature. So let's make that happen for animals. Friends, this is our moment. Let's take those life-affirming, beautiful, compassionate solutions. Let's put up that big sail working together. Let us make change happen, because the society that we live in faces a stark choice: regeneration or extinction. Let's make sure that we take this moment. We are beyond the 11th hour. We have just 8 harvests left to save the Sustainable Development Goals. We have 60 harvests left to save the future for animals, people, and the planet. Let's go forward. Seize the moment. Get animals out of cages. End factory farming. Stop the cruelty. And create a better world for everyone. Thank you for making it so. Thank you so much.
Much deserved, standing ovation.
Thank you all. I'm humbled and hugely appreciative.
Thank you so much, Philip.
Thank you.
You can relax now. Last 50 minutes, is all about celebration. So we thought, let's end this conference on a high. As you know, we always have this amazing contest about the most impactful award, campaign award. So we will move to that in a bit. But not before we have celebrated a corporate who has done really, really good work in the area of innovation, of rethinking protein. So we asked all of our members, okay, come up, with these entrepreneurial companies who are leading the way, who are showing that it can be done. And we received many applications, which is really a good sign. But one of them really stood out. And I would like to invite the member who nominated this company to come to the stage. Anne Greef, Gaia Belgium.
And this company set the targets, so very ambitiously, but then overstepped it. So that was one of the reasons why we nominated them, but also on chicken, on pig, they are doing better than all the rest. And so that's why we nominated them.
Wow, sounds good. And now everyone wants to know who are they?
And also, very importantly, because it's a big issue, I know in the US there are organizations rightfully campaigning for that plant-based products are more expensive than animal products. Well, they are doing the opposite. So they are making it, for instance, now everybody's going to know who I'm talking about, I guess.
Okay. We do a quick quiz.
Okay.
What are we talking about? Well, I think this is the case in point.
So they are even half pricing their famous hot dogs, plant-based version. And so, indeed, I'm talking about IKEA Belgium. So I'm very proud to ask Roel on stage.
Give them a warm applause. Congratulations. And before you will receive your award, we would love to hear from you why you have been doing this.
I'm the food and beverage manager of IKEA in Belgium, and we've been working since quite some years together with Gaia to look into, for us it's part of the sustainability agenda, and animal welfare and everything related to animals is a big part of it. Because we know that if we don't solve that, we will never get to the ambitious goals that we have set for the planet. So one of the elements, like Anne already said, is looking at all the meat components. So all of them, not only the chicken, but every single element. We have what we call within IKEA better programs, where we have requirements for space and feeding and all these kind of things. And in IKEA Belgium, we have been always one of the front runners. So one of the ambitious goals that we have is by 2025, so that's tomorrow, 50% of all the food that we serve in our restaurants, in our bistros, will be plant-based. Today in IKEA Belgium...
Woo! Well done.
But I think if I look for Belgium, if I look for the world today, we're at 45%. In Belgium, we're already at 48%. So I think next year we will be at 50%. And of course, we will not stop there. So we will look forward to what we are doing. One of the best examples is everyone knows the meatballs, the traditional, today they're called huvudrol. In the past, they had a different name. But we have a plant-based alternative for that one. We have also a vegetarian or a plant alternative. And now, like Anne said, in July, there will be also for the famous hot dog, we will serve a plant-based alternative. With the same taste, the same texture, so specifically for these customers that love meat, we will have an alternative, and we will always, all our plant-based food is always lower in price than the animal alternative that we have.
And that's fantastic. And then, well, of course, a very important question. When are all the other IKEAs going to follow this example?
Well, by 2025, the 50% is a global target. So it's not only IKEA Belgium, but it's a global target. And then we're looking constantly to improve and to find different ways to do things.
Okay. So the other IKEAs in other countries are also in this process?
Yes, of course.
Wow.
So it's on a global organization when we develop food. For instance, there is nothing anymore that we will develop with red meat. No more new articles that will come into the market will be based on red meat.
Well, congratulations. You very much deserve our Corporate for Animals Award, which my team is now sharing with you. Here you are. Congratulations. We do a quick picture. Philip, please come. A quick picture. Yes. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Good. So, next time he comes back, he said 100, huh? Yes, exactly, yeah. Otherwise, Anne will chase you, I'm sure. So, good. Thank you so much. Has the picture been taken? Another one? Yes, an official one. Please bear with us. Good. Good, perfect. So, now for the final episode of today, the Eurogroup for Animals Campaign Award. So I would like to ask the nominees to warm up already, because I will call you to the stage in a moment, but not before I have announced the rules of play. And for those who are new today, this is a bit like the Eurovision Song Festival, so you can't vote for your own organization. I would also say don't vote for your neighbors, that's not very fair. Really vote for the campaign that really hits you in terms of its impact, in terms of the creativity, in terms of its strategic nature. So you will, as I said this morning, hear 4 very short power speeches on why our finalists believe that they should win the award. They will all give a 3-minute presentation. And they will hear, I should announce this, an owl sound if they have to stop. I don't know what they will hear if they will continue, but let's see about that. And once you have heard them all, you can't do before, you can use the Slido app to cast your vote. And then we have a short intermezzo, we will do something else, and then at the end of today's conference, we will announce the winner. So now I'm going to introduce the first campaign. And this is a campaign that was run by Dierenrecht and the Caring Vets, Dutch animal advocates. And it's called Don't Buy a Flat-Faced Dog. They have already put their campaign material over here, and I would like to welcome Kelly Casson, veterinarian and campaign manager. Oh, there you are. Welcome. You want to go over there? Yeah.
Welcome.
So Kelly, why should you win this award?
I should let you decide on that, but I'm going to ask again in the end, just join us. That's a better idea, I think. So.
Good.
Well, thank you for the nomination. I want to say we have a lot of talks about cattle and stuff, and then we say we love dogs. I saw you love your dog, and we did this to the dogs. The muzzle is gone, and this is horrible. It's not cute, the snoring. It's like very harmful. They are always struggling to breathe. So this is a problem. So with a lot of organizations, we started to this campaign with the caring vets, veterinarians, other welfare organizations, and also Eurogroup supported the campaign, and also Gaia and Voorpols and the Dierenbescherming. They jumped in, And this made it a very big awareness campaign to prevent consumers to buy these dogs because they live a very hard life. And we started it in August 22. And this is what the campaign looks like. You see posters in the streets, people walking by, seeing the message, posters in veterinary clinics, dog schools, everywhere. We have a social media campaign as well, and we had flyers and a website. And the campaign became a big success because we had a lot of media coverage, like millions and millions of people saw it, and we had it widely spread international as well. And this was very nice to see. Even Evidentia and Anicura joined in. And as a result of that, we had a political promise that there will be a law coming in 2 to 5 years, I expect, that you don't even are allowed to keep these animals anymore. And that's a big result. Also, you cannot advertise with them anymore in a few years in the Netherlands. So this is very great.
Whoa.
So here you see the translations, and I don't know why, but this morning we were invited by the radio in Belgium, and we had the opportunity to talk about this campaign as well. And an hour I was on the radio speaking to everyone about it. So in Belgium it's also very big, and I hope they are getting this law as well. So, woo! So my question to you, if you want translations in your language, just get in touch and help us spread the word, because otherwise the impact on dogs is not great enough. So,
thank you so much, Kelly. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's an amazing success. So we are going to the next finalist. So Kelly, you have to wait a bit because we will hear the result only by 4, I should say. So have a seat. So the next finalist is going to present a campaign called Chaud des Dents. And this is French for hot inside, which made me curious. And I can see already the representative of Well Farm, our French member, coming to the stage, Adrienne Bonnet. Warm welcome to you, campaign manager. We can't wait to hear your success story, so please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this nomination. I'm Adrienne Bonnet, head of the Campaign, Advocacy and Legal Department of Well Farm. For those who don't know us yet, we are a French NGO created in 1994 and dedicated to the protection of farm animal welfare. Since then, for the last 30 years, we have been organizing campaigns related to breeding, transport, and slaughtering of animals. Nonetheless, last year, for the first time, we launched a campaign not only related to animal welfare, but also to an environmental issue, the well-known and sadly underestimated climate change. It's called Chaud des Dents, which can be translated as hot in there. But well, no more suspense. Let's watch our small and great trailer. And after that, I will speak during 3 minutes.
Oh, you're buying time. Oh.
To present a little bit this campaign, because all campaigns are great, of course, but I want to bring this award back to France. So please, can we launch the trailer? Thank you. So, as you may have understood, this campaign aims to raise awareness of disastrous consequences of climate change over animals. Consequences of climate change over humans are often described, but as always, animals are usually forgotten despite their suffering. For instance, in the heatwave of 2019 provoked an excess mortality of 40% in pigs and poultry French farms. Therefore, throughout this campaign, and thanks to our set of recommendations, we used the French Ministry of Agriculture to put a drastic change in farming and transport practices. We have obtained the support of some environmental NGOs, such as France Nature Environnement, as we are a member of its network. And well, we obtained rather good results, more than 75,000 signatures on our petition within 4 months, more than 50 media articles, hundreds of reports on our smartphone application called Truck Alert. By this application, everyone can denunciate transports of live animals organized under high temperature and then infringement of the EU regulation. During this campaign, we have also made conferences with politicians, farmers, NGOs, stands, and of course, investigations about transport with Animal Welfare Foundation and Animals Internationals on the roads and on the ports. We have made some advocacy work as well by presenting our recommendations to the French Ministry of Agriculture and several meetings, as well as a live event with a climate scientist, for instance. Well, this is a very short overview of our campaign called Chaud Dedans. We might relaunch it this summer again to keep making pressure on our French ministry and to sensitize the public. So please, this summer, don't forget our motto, for animals too, every day matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrienne. Thank you so much for presenting this very strong campaign, not an easy one. We are moving to wild animals now. So I would like to invite the finalists from our Italian member, Alevi, Eleonora Panella. She's a wildlife program manager, to present their campaign, and it's called A Casa Loro. So, warm welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Would be two is in that, right? Casa Loro?
I have no clue.
So yes, I think it is a great story of success that we can really share with you today, everyone working on animal welfare, especially wildlife trafficking, because this really brought to great success that you will see now. So we started the campaign in 2021, so in the middle of the pandemic. The idea was really to raise awareness of the exotic pet trade. The market itself in Italy is a huge market, as you might understand. So we did an investigation in few fairs of exotic animals in Italy. There is a longer video which I'm not going to share now, but you're welcome to watch it. We also did a dossier about the online trade as well, because of course what happens online nobody really knows, so it is quite important to follow and to check. So basically behind our strategy and the campaign on this, we thought that it was important really to share awareness among people, engage politicians and citizens, and at the same time, of course, give some political pressure, because, of course, if you want to make a change, we need to go through the political path as well. What we did was, sorry, the slides were not updated through Google Slide, but it's okay. So what we did, of course, was working with a communication strategy, because it's important for the awareness part. We had a good engagement with also our volunteers working on the ground and trying to make awareness. These are some visuals that we did with QR codes, with exotic animals that are usually traded and kept home like pets, which we know are are not. But then what is the biggest success that we really wanted to share with you is really what happened then. Because also, I mean, if you know, more or less Southern Europe normally times are very relaxed. But for once, actually, there was a success. So there was a transposition of a European legislation from 2016 461 on basically the trade, detention, and breeding of exotic animals. And then in May 2022, we saw the application of the European legislation. And then in July 2022, so a few months after, the 3 decrees that were actually regulating the trade, import, and detention and breeding of exotic pets were approved by our former Council of Ministers for the previous government. And actually, LAV really worked thoroughly with within all this path with the government and with all the relevant stakeholders to make sure that our ask and our needs were actually reflected. And finally, so 1 month after, we saw the light of the legislative decree 135, which was regulating and started to elucidate the way the exotic pets should be kept as August 2022 onwards. And even more great success was the positive list, which I guess everyone is excited about in Europe, and we're working on it at the European broader level, which came into under the light and came out on September 2022. And at the moment in Italy, you cannot import any animal from the wild except 6 species, 5 fish and 1 nudibranch. So it is a pretty amazing change. We're following and working on enforcement of it, and hopefully that could also lead the change in the other European countries. And if you want, if we have time, there is a short video, but it's really important to say that we make an estimation, and there are between 3 and 5 million of exotic pets are saved every year if this legislation, if it is implemented thoroughly, but it is a huge, huge number. Thank you.
It's amazing. We have time for the video.
The video was also in English. There was a problem with the upload of the...
Doesn't matter. Love Italian. Congratulations, Eleonora. Well done. Fantastico. Thank you so much. Now, last. This is a campaign about the world's best animal welfare. That made me very curious. This campaign was launched by Jurensraad, and we will hear more about it from Benny. Thank you, Benny.
Hi again. I usually wear caps, so people might not know me, but I have a cap almost all the time. But I'm using my 3rd cap virtually here. It's the CEO cap. So I'm not the moderator, I'm not the board member of the Eurogroup. Now I'm representing Jurensraad. I'm going to talk about a campaign we launched in February last year, 2022. Let me see. Yes. And the purpose was to raise awareness about the most common animal out there or inside. Chickens, how they are treated in the meat industry. And we tried to have a new perspective on this. We've used the traditional campaigns with actual footage. Now we wanted to break through the barrier with a more comical angle. So we made an animated movie. So it went live in February, and it was launched in social media first in our own channels. And it became quite popular and well seen, and we also showed it in cinemas. So Sweden is not, it's a big country, but not that many inhabitants. So 10.5 million inhabitants, and during 2 months, 1 million approximately of them saw our movie. And as you can see, you can read on the screen, yeah, they also noticed that movie. So the impact we've measured now was the increase in chicken production and chicken consumption actually turned down during 2022. We think our campaign played some part in it, along with other campaigns we did, but actually we got the numbers for this last quarter. And now we are down, when we counted it 1 year later, approximately 2 million less chickens have been consumed the last year compared with the year before. So, what is this movie? I'm gonna show you.
Vadå tolkas olika? Vad snackar du om? Djurskyddslagen kapitel 2 paragraf 2 bre. Det är ju bara att läsa. Djurhållningen ska främja djurens behov och naturliga beteende. Punkt. Alltså, sen om jag är rätt person att avgöra vad som är naturligt, det vet jag inte. Jag menar mat, check. Tak över huvudet, check. Sällskap, check. Ha? Men ja, visst. Lite egen tid vore väl nice. Sova i fred ibland och så. Jag vet inte. Livet är kort. Vem har tid att sova liksom? Vila kan man göra i graven.
Turbokyckling kallar de det. Ja, det man har gjort är att man på något sätt har lyckats halvera tiden det tar att nå slaktvikt på en liten kyckling. 35 dagar nu bara. Ja, riktigt imponerande. Vetenskapens framfart alltså. Oj, 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 oj. Det är inte lätt för en vanlig svensson att hänga med i utvecklingen direkt. Maskinell effektivisering, genetisk modifiering, eskalerande produktion. Man undrar ju, var ska det sluta egentligen? Finns det ens något slut? Det är väl som i rymden. Man får ju inte låta tanken sväva iväg för långt alltså, för då kan man nästan bli galen, eller hur? Ja, ni hör ju. Det finns en anledning att jag inte blev någon vetenskapsman. Verkligen.
Jag vill bara vara extra tydlig här att jag inte vill framställas som någon gnällspik i den här filmen. Tvärtom så är vi alla här inne de lyckligt lottade. Vi som faktiskt fått äran att leva hela produktionslinan ut. Och det är inte helt självklart. Som sagt, inte helt självklart. Så, man är ju tacksam ändå. När allt kommer kring. Världens bästa djurskydd. Rätt mäktigt ändå. Som svensk är det ju inte utan att man blir lite stolt. Sverige.
Very impressive, Benny. Thank you. Thank you.
So, dear people, it's time to cast your vote. So, open the Slido and vote for Don't Buy a
face dog, or show des dents, a casa loro, or the world's best animal welfare. So, and whilst you're doing that, and whilst we are coming to announce the result, we have a short intermezzo for you. So, Philip, what's happening?
Well, we're going to be talking about fur-free Europe. That's next on the list because, of course, there ain't much animal welfare in fur. And at the end of 2021, we, as you'll remember, Reineke, and as people in this room will know, we decided to think about the possibility of running a European Citizens Initiative, an ECI, for a campaign for Europe, for a fur-free Europe. It marked the beginning of one of our most exciting, ambitious, and challenging campaigns yet. We really did agonize over it, but it was a great example of how we thought it through. We planned for every eventuality. We brought together a network of hugely dedicated people and organizations, and we did it. 1.7 million signatures with months to spare. A fantastic victory. So well done, all of you. And I'd like to welcome to the stage two of the people who really were the standard bearers for this campaign. Alice Fleury from Eurogroup and
Thomas Peach.
Thomas, welcome.
Welcome.
Very welcome. Thomas, welcome.
Welcome. Whatever you like to do. Yeah. Please.
Thank you. Yes, I prefer to sit because this is not my favorite exercise. So. Yes, so of course, this afternoon it's all about celebrating the network. And when we prepared the agenda of this annual conference, we said, okay, is there another good example of the strength of the network? Well, yes, of course, the Fur-Free Europe campaign. Let me tell you a bit more about the story. So I remember after the summer of 2021, after a nice summer break, I came back to the office. And some dear colleagues of mine came to the communication team and said, actually, we are envisaging to do a big pan-European campaign on fur. Okay. And as you know, there is a revision of the animal welfare legislation in the pipeline. So to be really effective, we're also envisaging to have an ECI. Okay. That's a bit more challenging. So just right after the full communication team, but also all the other people from Eurogroup, we started to work on a plan. Because, of course, failure would never be an option, especially with an ECI. You know that, well, all radars are on you, so you cannot risk to fail. And we started to engage with all the organizations possible to make sure that we would have a strong network behind. And so we had calls with more than 80 organizations to feel a bit the temperature. And I can say that from the very beginning, we could feel that there was a real motivation behind this campaign. And I really very quickly felt that we would make it. So then the whole preparation phase started. We even submitted the ECI before even getting the board's approval, just to make sure that we would be on time, because again, we had a timely political agenda, which is the revision of the animal welfare legislation. So we submitted in January 2022. And then we got the board's approval, so whew, that was a good thing. And then on the 18th of May, we decided to launch the ECI. And we did have a great launch because we got about 50,000 signatures in the very first day. So that was really a relief. And then in the same context, 1 year ago, more or less, in the end of June, I tried to give a motivational speech at the annual conference of 2022. I say tried because, again, it's not my favorite exercise. But I was in a quite different mindset than now, because at the time, although I was really trusting our plan and I was really sure that we would make it, you still never know, because after a very successful launch, you know that things can fade away, especially when you work in communication and campaign. You know that after the launch, that is really a communication peak, things can slow down. And also the summer was coming. So, okay, but we had weekly targets, and we had set the target for the beginning of September to 300,000 signatures, which we got. And then we know this, the rest of the story. Marie, if you can play the video. Okay, now I'm standing up because I feel a bit stupid being sitting on my own. I really wanted to invite the 80 organizations that actively joined the campaign, but of course the stage is a bit too small for that. So I had to pick someone that I would estimate as quite representative of the network. And I say this for 3 reasons. So first of all, on a personal note, I have to say that I've never met someone that is as knowledgeable when it comes to fur, but also campaigning, as this person. And he has always been very involved and available to support us. And this shows also the importance of the individual involvement in campaigns. And when I'm speaking about that person, I'm also speaking about all those individuals that are behind those organizations that joined the Fur Free Europe. Then that person is working for 4PAWS, and as many other organizations, 4PAWS decided to put this campaign as a main priority for themselves for the coming months. And okay, this again did make a big difference. And finally, I would like to take the opportunity also to talk about the Fur Free Alliance. 4PAWS is a member of the Fur Free Alliance, and I have to say that it would not have made any sense not to have them on board. So the story would have been different. So I would also like to take the opportunity to thank them for their active participation in this campaign. Now, this is Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elise. Thanks a lot, Eurogroup, for inviting me to speak here in front of such a wonderful audience. Yeah, how did it start? We were really not sure if it's a good idea to have an ECI, and a lot of other groups were concerned too. So much money and resources for one campaign. Shall we put all our eggs into one basket? Will the Commission do something if we go for an ECI, even if it's successful? What if we don't succeed? Will this not give another argument to the fur industry, strengthen the fur industry? Will it maybe harm running initiatives for fur bans on the national level in EU member states? So there were a lot of concerns and questions and debates that I remember before we started this project. On the other hand, as Elise said already, we had the Animal Welfare Legislative Review. We had the fur industry on its knees economically. We had COVID cases on hundreds of fur farms in Europe. We had several member states already having a ban of fur farms in place and kind of an idea of appetite for going beyond that on an EU level. So there was this opportunity. And finally, the decision was of the supporting groups, and in particular of Eurogroup for Animals, who lobbied really hard internally to start this project. And for us, for PAWS, who started with the campaigns against fur farming almost 35 years ago in Austria, it was clear that we make this campaign a priority. Not only because fur was always one of our core topics, but also we can't fail. It was simply not an option here because the signal to the European Commission would have been disastrous. So the ECI started, and we didn't have that much preparation time left, I would say, compared to other successful ECIs, for example. Yeah, and now 1 year later, we see we have 1.7 million signatures. We have thresholds in almost 20 member states, I think, after 9.5 months. Validation is on a good way. And as a side note, maybe for today, there is exciting progress ongoing in member states, because in Lithuania, for example, there was just the second reading in the parliament in favor of a national ban of fur farms yesterday. And there's good... There is good progress in Romania and other countries, so I think the momentum is really on our side at the moment. Yeah, and if you look at, I don't know, the experiences that were shared on the Commission's website on ECIs, what do the other groups say, the other ECIs say? The key is collaboration, build up a network, and that's what we did. We followed this advice, and of course, Eurogroup for Animals, I would also like to mention again, the Fur-Free Alliance did contribute to this and did such a great job in getting 70+ groups together and to motivate them. Maybe it was not, I mean, of course, it's always a challenge, but maybe if you start collecting signatures and you have like success news almost every 2 weeks, you say 100,000 signatures, 500,000, 1 million threshold in Sweden, threshold in, I don't know. So, and it was really wonderful. It was so motivating. And I think the spirit then was there. So it changed from insecurity to really full power and motivation. And what we did, we built a strong collaborative network. And every group did contribute in a great way, according to its means and resources, I would say. Some groups provided impressive footage from EU farms that was really super valuable for mobilization. Others organized great street actions with volunteers, amazing influencer activities. Greetings to Mr. Lehmann from Germany, by the way. Fashion brands were promoting the ECI, scientists calling for an end of this group practice, politicians signing the petition, the ECI publicly, and I could continue. So many wonderful activities. And together we developed the right narratives to reach our target audiences, which were not only the animal welfare supporters, but we went beyond. Yeah? We also addressed other topics related to fur farms, other problems. We produced countless digital assets, social media content, we shared ideas, fundraising expertise, successes, mistakes, and inspired each other. Yeah, and not to forget about the coordinated lobby efforts, I would say, because this is the next phase, which has started now, or which will start, and which is probably even more important to achieve the desired change, because now we have 1.7 million signatures, but we don't have the ban. And I think if we proceed as we did, if we continue like this, then we will make it. I'm really optimistic. I mean, I'm not as much an expert on EU politics as you guys are, but I believe in this, and I work against fur farming since 20 years, and I mean, come on. If we make it this year and the next year, what fantastic news would that be? I mean, then I can retire. I would say...
No, Thomas,
thanks a lot.
Let you.
And I hand over to the fun part now, I think.
Yeah, but I have pressure from... Just a very quick interaction with the audience, just to check if your mind is still awake, let's say. I would like to ask if one of you remembers what were the 3 most successful member states in terms of signature collection. Please just try. Germany. The 3 first ones. So Germany. I heard Sweden. Yeah. Third one. Voilà. So just, voilà.
Yeah, you could also look at the signature collection success in a slightly different way, I would say. Germany is a huge country, so it shouldn't be a problem to elect a lot of signatures. Maybe if you look at it from another perspective, because how many % of the population of the member state has signed the ECI? So make a guess, which countries are leading this? That's a hard one, I understand. Lithuania, very good. Finland, very good, exactly. One is missing, I think. No, the third, the winner, in fact, is Latvia. Latvia is incredibly, they got their almost 1,300% of their threshold, and they reached almost 4% of the population. Let's phrase it in different words. Congratulations to Latvia, the secret champion. If in all the other member states as many signatures would have been collected as in Latvia, we would have achieved more than 16 million signatures for the CCI. So maybe next time.
Yes. Go Latvia. I need you to ask to wrap up.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then we will stop the quiz because I think one thing that is important is just to give you some updates on where we're at and what are the next steps. As you know, and as Thomas mentioned, we are in the process of validating the signatures. Countries have up to next Tuesday to give their final number. I've started to contact them and harass them to make sure that they will be on time. They promise they will do. So hopefully we can submit officially our ECI in the coming week, I would say, which will be very important to have then the next ECI official steps, meaning the first meeting with the Commission, hopefully before the summer break, then the EP hearing in autumn, and most probably an official answer from the Commission early 24. Nevertheless, as we said before, what we're trying to do is to influence the animal welfare legislation revision. Besides all the lobby efforts that is ongoing, what we will also decide is towards the end of the summer, if we hear what is in the draft proposal of the Commission, if we see that the Commission is not listening to the call of millions of citizens, we will have to go down in the streets. So I'm just giving you a sort of save the date, most probably for the end of September or early October, unless we don't need to do that, but we will not be enough with 100 people, so we will count on you all to join us in Brussels. And finally, last but not least, the next major campaign that will also be a follow-up of the Fur Free Europe ECI is the upcoming European elections campaign. We've been talking about this today and yesterday. This will be key because it's the new Parliament and the new Commission that will at the end decide on where to go with this topic. So please also, I will be starting to harass you in the coming weeks also to make you join this campaign. So, but just save the date also for this upcoming campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elise and Thomas. So now I'm checking my phone to see if the result is in for the campaign award.
Are they in, Reineke? Yes, you know the result.
But I don't know it yet. So they tell me we will also be surprised. So it will come up on the screen. So will it be Don't Buy a Flat-Faced Dog, Show the Dog, A Casa Lora, or the World's Best Animal Welfare? Let us see who will be the 2023 Campaign for Animals Award winner. And the winner is... Oh! Congratulations! The World Best Animal Welfare. The award goes to Jurensraad.
Benny, well done. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Benny.
Thank you.
Well, it's, I think, a campaign that really speaks to us all, because, you know, that chickens, I'm not very proud Swedish chicken, we are not very proud EU citizens. So, what is your feeling?
I would say thank you very much. This has been when we saw the first draft of this, we were like, okay, this can be fantastic, or it can be a total failure. So when we launched it, we were like, we liked it, but you know how it is. You always like your own campaign. You always have the best ideas, and it's not the reality. But we're very proud to have been doing this campaign, and I know that a lot of you in this room have already translated it with the subtitles. You've asked for translation like voiceover, that demands like a reanimation because the chickens actually speak Swedish with their faces. Of course. Yeah. So it's quite. I'm not going to tell you how much this costed.
No, we don't want to.
No. We won't be doing it again for a long time if we don't get serious funding. Yes, but thank you so much, and let's keep it up for the chickens.
Absolutely, everyone. Let's keep it up for all the animals. So, Benny, we do a quick picture.
Benny?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Deren's Rat and the best animal welfare. Thank you, Benny.
What a day.
Yes. Quite a day.
It's almost over. So what are we going to do now, Philip?
Goodness. Well, let's do it all again. Same time, same place tomorrow? How about that?
I'm in. Good.
So I guess we're at the closing remarks. And here we would like to thank you, Reineke, please, for making
Thank you. Thank you. The team. Thank you.
To all of your wonderful team at Eurogroup, Alejandro, Marie, and all of the other wonderful people that have made today very, very special.
It's an amazing team.
We'd like to thank our speakers today, our panelists, and everyone who has made this such a great event. And of course, our keynote speakers, Melanie Challenger, and the brilliant Peter Singer. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all for everything you do for animals. I want to just share with you a moment that I'll tell you a secret. One of the things that I used to do, and I'm proud of this, of course, is I was an ambulance driver for a wildlife rehabilitation sanctuary. Yes.
You keep surprising me.
They never gave me a blue light or a horn, but nevertheless, I used to go and rescue animals. And there was one day when I had to go and rescue a kestrel, a beautiful falcon, those that hover, wind hover as they're called in folklore. And the poor male kestrel was on the ground, wing in tatters. There'd been a storm, and the bird looked like he would never fly again. So I picked him up and I did my duty, and I drove him to the rehabilitation center, and they took him in, and they gave him lots of love and tender care. A couple of weeks later, I had to go and release him. What a wonderful moment. And I released that beautiful bird. And do you know what happened? He flopped to the ground and then just ran. And I was then scared that I was going to lose him, and I ran after him. And I managed somehow to get him, dodging cars as they came. I managed to get him. And I put him back in his box, and I took him back to the sanctuary, back to the rehab. Did my ambulance bit again. And what seemed like an eternity later, maybe a month later, they said, come and get him. Give him another go. If this doesn't work, I'm afraid that's it. So I took him all of, just like us, with everything that we do, all of my hopes and prayers were with this beautiful bird. And I let him go. And I saw him stretch his wings. And then suddenly he plunged to the ground, and my heart plunged with him. And he was somehow near the grass, and then something happened, and he lifted up, and he was in front of my face, and then suddenly he was above, and he was getting higher and higher and higher. He went above the trees, and he went away. And it was a dream come true, and that's what we are going to do. We are going to overcome those difficult moments, those challenges, those things that are getting in the way. We are going to create that beautiful dream, that vision that keeps us going, a better world for all animals everywhere. Thank you so much for making it happen.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Good. Thank you all. And I think, Reineke, we now have tea and cake.
I think there's something stronger.
Oh, very good. Something stronger. Enjoy. Hopefully see you back here sometime soon. Thank you all.
Need any introduction, but I still want to say something. Of course, he's the CEO of Compassionate World Farming International. He's our beloved president. He's an award-winning author.